share the screen.
Yep. Lovely.
Is student concerns. Since we're online, we've been collecting student concerns through the Google form, which is only accessed by UMD students. I will share the 16 student, or I believe there are 19 student concerns that were submitted. The way that this is done is that the people who are submitting it are able to specify who they want this student concern to be read by. Their options are me as in the speaker or the presiding officer, so I'm not speaker anymore technically, or their representative, and that is on the form that I'm going to share with you in a second. I just need to format it so that it's readable. And then we go down the list until all the student concerns are read. So let me share that with you guys in the Ledge channel in the Slack. So I'm sharing it in the Ledge channel Slack right now. Based on the results, I'm going to be reading around 60% of these. So I guess we will start off. And the first one is asked to be read by the speaker. In the far right column is where you can find that. And their constituencies are on the two left columns. So this one is business off-campus neighboring, but they requested I read it. So here we go. The recent issues with the previous SGA president's actions show how terrible leadership can affect an organization. I find the president's actions despicable and against the best interest of students. The president prioritized keeping a loophole for one student group over making the organization more inclusive to minority and marginalized communities, including people of color, religious minorities, LGBTQIA+ students, and many others. The one thing that I am happy with is that the president is graduating so that students do not have to suffer from her terrible leadership. To this new administration, please make sure that you do not repeat the mistakes of previous years. Either listen to us, your constituents, or stop pretending to represent us. Second one is also asked to be read by the speaker. I'm extremely concerned by the former SGA president's actions to veto changes to the bylaws and standing rules of order. This reckless act erases countless hours of work that dedicated people put in over the course of the semester to make SGA work better for students and legislators. In addition, amendments made to reflect changes in the organization, parenthesis, the transition of vice president to student / academic affairs to director positions and financial affairs to chief financial officer have now been wiped away, prompting a constitutional crisis where certain positions that students selected people to serve in now no longer exist. The new vice president and CFO, amongst others, have thus been silenced and cannot fully exercise their power to represent students. The new legislature must act with all deliberate speed, either to override the presidential veto, since the previous legislature was deprived of the opportunity, or to pass the changes the previous legislature made immediately. All right, the next one is asked to be read by the academic representative, BSOS, and we'll go in alphabetical order. So for the first BSOS rep on my records is Claire. If you can unmute yourself and just read.
Alrighty. Is it the highlighted one?
Yes, it's row 4, dearly newly elected, that one.
Gotcha. All right. Dear newly elected members of the Student Government Association, I would like to take this opportunity to strongly urge the legislator to consider the appointment of Sasha Marquez for the Director of Civic Engagement Committee. Sasha is not only an experienced member of this organization, but is the absolute best fit for this role. This past year as a committee member, I watched her step up to the plate, being a consistent communicator with both the Civic Engagement and Governmental Affairs committees. She not only made committee meetings a comfortable and accepting environment, but went above and beyond to reach out to members that were unable to attend committee due to scheduling conflicts. Sasha has a laundry list of accomplishments as deputy director and director in this committee. From building relationships across campus with TERP's vote, not only with other student groups, but faculty and administration, holding members accountable throughout the semester by checking in via Slack, email, and during committee, and lastly, ensuring everyone remains involved through Zoom calls during this difficult time. During committee, she never fails to ask each and everyone's opinions and always takes time to record what people have said so she can report back to other departments about our thoughts, creating an environment of acceptance and treating all members equally. During times of stress and conflict, Sasha has kept the most calm, cool, and collected composure I've ever seen. She has helped me and others when there were setbacks, and she has maintained a mature and respectful nature in all of her communication efforts. When disagreements arise, she listens with respect and takes into account all opinions before making final decisions. She is able to work with anyone, anywhere, anytime on this campus and has a respectable and trustworthy reputation. There's truly no one else I would want to see in this role but her.
All right, thank you. The next one is also asked by academic rep, but this time it's Arhue, and on my list that's going to be Sarah.
Congratulations, new and returning legislators. My name is Quentin Alexander Harry. I have been selected to serve as a student groups and organization liaison for the Residence Hall Association. As tradition, our new executive board introduces themselves at the first meeting at the new SGA legislature. My role include maintaining communications between our organizations. Throughout the year, our SGOL normally attends SGA GBMs to represent RHA and bring SGA concerns back to our org. I'm excited to help the new residential reps stay in contact with their respective resident councils and would love to hear ideas for collaboration. President Barry and I will be selecting a liaison soon to help with this coordination. I'm in the new Slack and will be making an announcement there as well. Feel free to reach out to me or President Barry for any questions about RHA.
Great, thank you. The next one was requested by the speaker, so I'll read this one. Good evening, I'm Smay Kindra, the outgoing SGA Director of Governmental Affairs. I want to start by saying congratulations to all the newly elected members of the legislature. I wish you all the best this year. I'm submitting the statement to the legislature to urge for the appointment of Sasha Marquez as Director of Civic Engagement. I had the absolute pleasure of working alongside her this past year while she served as Deputy Director and then Director of Civic Engagement. All the peers, administrators, and government officials I had the privilege of working with during my tenure there is perhaps no one I was more impressed with than Ms. Marquez. During our weekly committee meetings, I was always struck by how organized, committed, and diligent Sasha was. Her passion for civic engagement is truly genuine, and her experience, such as being president of Terps Vote, turns that passion into meaningful work with SGA. Sasha always found a way to incorporate civic engagement into our events. She has also built a close rapport with other campus leaders and officials, which allows for valuable insight and coalition building. The trait I valued most in working with Sasha was her willingness to speak her mind. She is never afraid to call out a bad idea or problematic statement, regardless of who it is coming from. This type of candor is a rare commodity and much needed to help keep everyone accountable and to make sure we are doing the best work we can for our fellow Terps. There is no one better suited than Sasha to continue the civic engagement efforts of the SGA, and I urge the legislature to appoint her as the next Director of Civic Engagement. Next one is residential rep, South Campus Commons.
Okay. My name is Elena Levon. I'm a graduating BSOS major, Commons resident, and the outgoing Director of Sexual Misconduct Prevention. I spent the past year advocating on behalf of students, particularly survivors, both in and out of this organization. One of the ways I've done this is by advocating for changes to our governing documents. Trauma-informed bills, gender-neutral pronouns in the documents, a more transparent ethics process. As a graduating senior, I am advocating for change that would last, the Constitution and bylaws. The veto used by the former student body president on the omnibus package was unconstitutional. Yes, she was within her constitutional rights to veto the legislation, but vetoes are created with an override feature. Vetoes can be overturned by a 2/3 vote of the legislature. Our governing documents were approved with more than 2/3 vote. Our standing rules of order before and after revisions require the president to inform the presiding officer of a veto at least 24 hours before the meeting at which the veto can be overturned. However, the former president asserts there is no way to overturn this veto. Every year when it comes time for omnibus, should we let the president hold the organization hostage from change? Myself, 5 student organization presidents, and 11 members of this organization have appealed the veto to the governance board, who decided they would not rule on the constitutionality of the veto before this meeting. This veto will have an effect on the way this year's legislative session begins. I call on the legislature to treat this veto as what it is, unconstitutional, and continue to follow the updated standing rules of order posted on the website for 2 weeks now, and bylaws that were approved by this body before the unconstitutional veto. We all want what's best for students, but what this should not be, sorry about that, but that should not be up to just one person. Good luck to the new legislature, and thank you for your time.
Next one is my residential rep off-campus outline, and the first one on my list is going to be Elijah.
Great. I'm writing my student concern as a former legislator in this body to urge the new legislator to override the former president's veto of the omnibus package, which amended the standing rules of order and bylaws, or to propose an emergency bill which would pass the bill which was unconstitutionally vetoed at the last minute. If the legislator fails to override this veto and pass the omnibus package, it will create a constitutional crisis that will contribute to further distrust with the student body, as well as create an extremely dangerous precedent for executive overreach. The former president vetoed the omnibus bill with less than 10 minutes before the new legislator got sworn in, which shows that they were purposely undermining the legislator's constitutional right to override a veto, considering that bylaws changes require a 2/3 vote to pass anyways. This same threshold needed to override a veto. The override of the veto would have passed if the legislator was given the right to do so. Not only does this erode the legislature's power, but it has created a crisis of governance, as we now have positions such as VP of Student Affairs, which have not been voted on by the student body. This creates huge transparency and logistical problems that must be resolved immediately. How can we tell students to vote for positions and then change them at the last minute after the elections? SGA already has a really strained relationship with the student body, and this will only contribute to further distrust. Many of the amendments sought to create greater accountability within SGA and protect students and legislators from harassment and intimidation. The only way to minimize the damage done by the former president's careless action is to ensure that the omnibus package from the last session passes.
Thank you. The next one is, I'll read this one. As a former member of both the Committee on Constitution and Bylaws and of the Governance Board, and just as a general fan of good governance, it is essential that the body passes emergency legislation to both the SRO and the bylaws to ensure that this body and organization can function smoothly. Anything less would move this body into uncharted territories that without remedy could undermine the legitimacy and sanctity of the SGA. The next one, academic rep Vsauce, since that's by my list, that's going to be Becca.
Sorry, what am I supposed to do?
No worries. We're just reading the student concerns. So the 10th line. If you're not on the doc, it's okay. I can give it to a different Vsauce rep.
I'm on it.
Okay.
I just read, I'm here to speak as a student and former legislator today to express my concern to the Student Government Association, as I believe this organization lost its way on its objective towards supporting UMD students on campus in an interconnected manner. After surfing the internet, Student Government Association has been labeled from the student body as deep state, puppets to admin, partial resume building junkies, meaningless, drama-filled criminals, and other adjectives that are unfortunate to name for an organization who genuinely holds, who genuinely holds intent to work with the student body, not against them. However, the elections gave one example that focusing on supporting the student body has put secondary as candidates and affiliates infiltrated their personal dramas into a matter that was more than them, a matter that affected hopeful newcomers, and students that are already in distress from issues related to the pandemic. It's disturbing, sad, and embarrassing to be foreseen by our constituents that while also dealing with us smearing each other based on student group affiliation, poor dynamics in the workplace with inexcusable behavior during debate on bills, heinous off-grid acts towards derailing students' character, selfishly supporting things from political and personal gain, malicious and last-minute motions to silence and disadvantage legislators, exec, and students who voted and would be seated, dismissiveness and marginalized voices internally and externally, carelessness towards outreach, lack of initiative towards diversity, and internal decisiveness that not only compromise trust in student leadership, but hurt innocent students' groups in the process. I asked the new SGA to break this toxic cycle and actively put students at the forefront, as that is what many of them often vote for us to do. In this tough time, we are all in this together. Throw the pride and privilege aside and support each other in this tough time. I believe in us and always will.
Thank you. Next one is residential, and that's off-campus neighboring. So Mitchell.
Everyone. Lost my track. All right. As a BSOS off-campus student, I was extremely happy to learn about the presidential veto of the bylaws and the SROs. After watching both of the sessions discussing the bill, it was quite apparent that that many decisions were made in confusion and carelessness, specifically regarding secret voting. Many legislators expressed confusion about what they were voting on, and that was extremely upsetting to see because it showed that many legislators were already exhausted and tired from the meeting, which led to legislators not being able to make the most informed and educated decisions. As a student, I think that I have a right to know what my representatives are voting on. And I believe that when people run for legislators, they consent to having their opinions and perspectives publicized.
The next three are going to be read by me. It's incredible to read and hear what people will say about someone. It's not to their face or if it's over a screen. Over the past few days, I have seen and read the quotes about the SGA president, and I'm disappointed that my representatives, or any student really, would contribute to such blatant bullying of someone they disagree with. SGA is supposed to be the voice of the students, and I want my representatives to be focused on student issues, not expressing their frustration about a single person over social media. It's ridiculous when people are facing immense barriers, financial stress, loss, and mental health concerns, and all I can see is that SGA is focusing on governing documents. There has been nothing released about the horrible interaction a Smith School professor had with a student, nothing about students struggling to reclaim their things, issues with grading policies, and the lack of transparency around decisions being made for the fall. It's disappointing yet not surprising that SGA is only focused on themselves. I hope the next year's administration focuses on concrete student issues and actually interact with students instead of focusing about things that don't impact us. My name is Grishma Anand, and I'm the president of Maryburg. Maryburg is a student-directed, student-funded nonprofit organization. For 40 years, we have worked with professional staff to make a difference on a variety of issues that impact students, including tackling climate change, revitalizing our democracy, feeding the hungry, and making change more affordable, or making college more affordable. Last week, the Student Government Association at the University of Maryland held their last meeting to vote on an omnibus bill that included many pieces of legislation and amendments to the bylaws. Included in the bill was an amendment that removed a section of the SGA bylaws that allows SGA-recognized organizations to run a referenda to allow the SGA to allocate funding towards staff or salary. The amendment to the bylaws passed narrowly, and Maryburg strongly opposes the amendment to the bylaws. Using the referendum process to authorize the use of student fees to hire staff enables the student body to weigh in directly on the funding decision, making it more democratic. We want to thank the outgoing SGA leaders for their work this year and look forward to working with the incoming SGA president, legislature, and student body on our campaigns in the upcoming year. I support the veto that former President Leslie made. Her job is to act in the best interests of students, and she made this hard decision based on what she thought she was best. People need to learn to deal with their personal conflicts in different ways and learn how to separate people from the job they are assigned to do. They need to stop the us versus them mentality there always seems to be in the SGA and work together. Ireland is one of the kindest, most supportive people I know, and she did an amazing job representing UMD students. Regardless of the veto, many of the concepts and ideas of those bills can still be implemented as common practice in the 2020-2021 SGA year. Best of luck to this SGA. Next one is academic, so undergraduate studies. So that's going to be Melissa.
The veto enacted by the former SGA president blocks several clauses expanding protections for LGBT+, Black, Latinx, and female students at the University of Maryland. I ask for the members of the legislature to overturn the veto or pass all of the changes as a new bill immediately.
Thank you. Residential rep, Greek residential.
I'm writing as a former legislator, and I know a lot of you have likely heard things about the actions of the former student body president. I also know that many people have made a lot of allegations about these actions and what they mean for all of you. The reality is that these actions were taken because she thought it was right to do and not change it for any other reason. When considering what actions you take next, I want you to think about moving forward and conducting positive change on so many of the issues University of Maryland students now face, and not about the personal concerns of the past administration. I'm concerned that if this becomes the first thing that you all do, it will distract you from the other more important issues you all face. You have a new community to make new opportunity to make positive change on this campus. Make the most of it. Good luck to you all.
All right, thank you. Next, I'll read this one. I'll read the next two, I believe. As a graduating member of SGA after serving for 3 years, I've witnessed the disparity between the student body and SGA as a whole. I am sure many of you came to the SGA knowing the problems SGA has, especially its often reactive and lazy approach to minority communities. I'm writing to plead with you to advance diversity and inclusion in SGA. I'm a Korean American. I can assure you that most of you know who I am by now simply upon hearing my ethnicity. I'm the only member who has to speak on behalf of my own community while in SGA. This is why I made an intentional effort to bring the necessary changes to SGA. I associated myself in an election campaign and recruited people from many different backgrounds. After weeks of such efforts, we were able to bring more diverse communities into the legislature. As you can see from the Zoom meeting, you should be able to note that we have more representation across the board than SGA has ever witnessed. However, it is my belief that the SGA needs to do better. To briefly talk about my experience in SGA, I felt my position was belittled and excluded from important conversations. I was told to myself that I don't belong in the institution, and I was not taken seriously throughout much of my time in the legislature. The fact of the matter is, I've seen my fellow SGA members constantly shut down from the conversation that had to happen. They preached about the outreach, but they themselves did not initiate any of that. They preached about transparency, but SGA members of color often found themselves outside of the important discourse. In fact, the SGA has never had the speaker who was a person of color. You can brush this off as much as you would like, but this is something you will hear from most of the minority members of SGA. Please hear us. I plead you all to include students from minority communities in the necessary conversations that need to be held in the legislative leadership. Thank you for your time. The veto of the SGA bylaws by the outgoing president was unreasonable and short-sighted. She should not have prioritized one specific group or one student group over the needs of the rest of the student body. The new legislature has an obligation to do everything in their power to overturn the veto. I write this as not to only a student concerned for the rules and precedents of SGA, but also a former long-term member of Mary Kirk. And the last two will also be read by me. Hello, members of the Student Government Association, wishing you guys a successful legislative year. I was approached with an offer to potentially be appointed as a second representative for my legislative community due to an irregularity that occurred in the recent election. With careful consideration, I'm going to have to respectfully decline the offer. While I appreciate, I do not believe that it is constitutionally possible and would urge those to vote against confirming seats to those who are not elected to serve in them, outside of the positions outlined in our bylaws that are appointed only. I did not make this decision lightly. I really do love this organization and have found my time here rewarding, but I feel like this sets a very dangerous precedent to where the election results are undermined and those who won their seats could feel as if they're illegitimate. I do not want to take part in undermining any candidate I ran against and lost to. I ran and I lost fair and square, and I wish my representative nothing but success. I do not want to use this opportunity to undermine her victory and her tenure. The elections are over and a new day and the new legislature has begun. I wish this legislature nothing but legislative success, and I hope all of you get as much out of this organization as I did, including building incredible relationships with others. I do not want to start this year off by feeling as if those who won their elections under a cloud of irregularities. I accept my loss and wish my rep the best of luck, and I cannot take this appointed ledge position and would urge all of you to vote against all others. I sent an email pertaining, but the word limit would not allow me to submit. I did not I can check my email, but if it's the word limit, there's a word limit. All right. Thank you all for. I'll read this. Thank you all for taking the time and consideration and hearing our concerns. From the former governance board, we are quite upset about the decision that we would not be appointed again for our positions as associate justices for the upcoming school year. My colleagues and I were all planning to be in the governance board, so it took us all by surprise when we found out that we were all rejected after reapplying. We all have enjoyed being a part of the governance board and have taken a lot of experience from it, so we are more familiar with how to handle cases, which is not something that anyone can easily just step right into. We even had members in the Constitutional Bylaws Committee to help strengthen the role as an associate justice and the role of the governance board as a whole. We understand that if we heard the appeal submitted about the veto, that there would have been a better chance we would be on the governance board for 2020-2021. However, we all decided to hold off on hearing it mainly because we struggled whether we had the power to make a decision in that moment of time, since we were in a limbo of whether we still existed or not. We also held it off because we all collectively agreed that we would still be on the governance board to be able to hear it since we were familiar with it. Additionally, as being all new members of the governance board in the fall, we had a large learning curve to overcome. From our experience, we can say that it would be impossible for all new members of the governance board to have a complete understanding of the governance board rules and procedures. Even the experienced Chief Justice needed some time to understand the limits of the board. By not having a single member of the old governance board in this year's board, SGA will have a moot court that would not be able to handle the cases they receive. This decision will ultimately lead to there being less checks and balances, seeing that the governance board will and cannot, without experience, be legitimate. However, as a legislature, you have the power to reverse the train wreck of a decision. Therefore, the previous members of the governance board urge you to vote no on today's inexperienced governance board appointments. Further, it concerns us that the new Chief Justice will have no prior experience serving on the governance board. Article 3, Section 1, Subsection A, Clause 1D of the 2019 SGA bylaws state that the duties and responsibilities of the Chief Justice include to assist in training and integrating new justices along with the governance board advisor. How will a new Chief Justice possess the knowledge and expertise in order to properly ensure that all justices are upholding their duty to rule fairly on important matters that are heard by the governance board? The decision to have a completely new governance board could potentially be a disservice to the entirety of the student body. Although we concede that it is the prerogative of the new student body president to quote appoint 4 associate justice, including in addition to the Chief Justice, as is stated in Article 3, Subsection E, Clause 1 of the 2019 SGA bylaws. I don't know this word. The conscience of the 2019-2020 Governance Board Justice would not be, the conscience of the 2019-2020 Governance Board Justice would not be clear if we failed to raise our concerns regarding the potential disastrous naivety of the incoming 2020-2021 Governance Board. The Governance Board has the ability to disqualify tickets during election seasons, rule on appeals regarding ethics violations and issue decisions on a wide array of other important issues. The Governance Board may be a quiet part of the SGA, but when major conflicts arise, justices hold a significant amount of power to alter the lives of students. This power cannot be placed lightly into inexperienced hands. All right, and then there's...
Point of order.
Yes.
Could we have the text of the one that you just read, like put into the student concerns?
I can. That is a good idea. And then... All right, I'm going to replace all right. It took up each paragraph went into its own cell, but that is that concern. Okay. All right, that is it for the student concern submitted on the form or attempted to be submitted on the form. And so we will now move into roll call. roll call I did kind of informally upon your entrance, but I will call out the people who I missed. And David Polifrone, if you could check if they're in the waiting room or if we missed them coming in.
Yep.
Mishta, Bella Simon, and Chloe Denman. All right. With that, I will call the first meeting of the 2020-2021 legislative session to order. The time is 6:37. So we'll move right into speaker's time, and I'll let the SGA advisor introduce himself so you guys know who the advisor is.
Thank you, David. As this is your last meeting chairing, I just want to thank you for your service over this year. You've been a good speaker. So congrats to all of you. I'm Joe Colizo, I'm the SGA advisor. This is my 13th administration working with the organization. When we are not virtual, I work at the Stamp as the Assistant Director of Student Activities, and my office is in Sork, right next to SGA's. I mainly just wanted to introduce myself to those who may not have been at inauguration and let you know that I look forward to working with you. Although I typically work most closely with the president and the speaker, please know that I'm available to any of you to talk about your ideas, goals, and however else I can be helpful. What I enjoy most is learning about you as individuals and learning more about why you do what you do. So please give me a chance to do that. If you want to be in touch while we are in this virtual space, the best way to do that is Slack, and I'll try to make myself as available as possible. I think I turn it off at about 8 o'clock at night and then don't turn it on again until about 8 o'clock in the morning. So those are my only caveats for the most part. And on the weekends too, I try to not be on it as much. So thank you and best of luck. I just want to note a couple of things, sort of keeping in mind some of the student concerns that we've heard. My message to you is, despite what happened in the previous administration, you are the new administration. It is now your way to figure out how to lead. And I say that you figure out how to do that and to do that as a group and to make that happen. And sort of in a similar vein, I would say that at this point, you're no longer Ford and you're no longer Impact. You are the SGA. So this is an important night. You all are deciding important roles and the people that are going to be filling those roles for the rest of the year. And so I say, take it with the seriousness that it should entail. And it's your first meeting, so you've arrived, and wish you the best of luck for tonight as well as moving into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, so now before we proceed, I will just let you know some standard operating rules since we're online. I do not have Slack turned on because I cannot receive that many notifications. So if you have any questions, either unmute yourself and ask if it's an appropriate time. And if you don't feel comfortable doing that, which is understandable since this is your first meeting, the parliamentarian David Polifrone, who's serving as co-chair with me today, is available on Slack, and we'll
Speaking as such, there is a motion in the literature.
Okay, and what is the motion?
Reading, this is from, are you representative? Yes. A motion to present Kisley Parashar as an additional representative for South Hill due to election.
So because if it ends up being that you have the chair, I would appreciate if the motion came from the representative.
That's fine. Just reading it.
The RQ rep, do you have a motion?
Motion to present Kisley Parashar as an additional representative for South Hill due to election irregularities.
So I guess to give background, if I may, and then I will not be recognizing that motion. Actually, if we go into debate.
Yeah, this would likely be debate.
So I'm going to say I'm not going to recognize that motion.
Motion to appeal the decision of the chair.
In a motion to appeal the decision of the chair, so I'm going to step down. I believe parliamentarian.
Yes, pulling up a chess clock now. Going back to the old one, sorry about that. Oh, man. See, this will be 10 minutes equally divided, which means 5 affirming the appeal of the decision of the chair, or in this case, the motion is to appeal the decision of the chair. Appealing decision of chair. Decision of chair. Just for clarification, I suppose it would be most appropriate if the chair then starts this debate in defending the decision.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I will provide some background as I understand it and encourage the opposing side to refute anything I say. To my understanding, there was a concern regarding Prince Frederick and the district it was put under. It should have been put under, I believe, North Hill, but instead it was put under South Hill. This issue was figured out later in the election than it should have been. It was a technological error. And as such, people have claimed that the results are illegitimate. So I am objecting and not recognizing this motion because we already have a South Hill representative. To confirm someone per our rules that we have to follow, it has to come from the coordinator of recruitment and retention who hasn't been appointed yet. After the process of selections goes through, which many of the representatives here today have gone through in the past legislative session, which is a competitive application process, interview, and then selection process. So that, there is nowhere in the rules saying that this motion to confirm can even happen. In addition, if it does, why are we having two South Hill representatives? And with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Noting that time has been reserved, does then the other side seek time?
Yes.
Thank you.
So as the outgoing speaker said, there were issues with the vote with regard to the South Hill and North Hill elections. Obviously, this is something that wasn't able to be fixed in time. Prince Frederick Hall, which is a part of North Hill, was counted as a part of South Hill, and then both of the elections for North Hill and South Hill were decided by a couple of votes. Those votes could not be, confirmed whether, according to the Elections Commission advisor, those votes cannot be confirmed from where they are coming from. And this is not a brand new thing that, we're just coming up with out of the blue. This has happened a number of times. This is a precedent whenever there are election irregularities in, a specific election district. Typically, it is allowed for those representatives who have those issues to be appointed during the first meeting of the legislative session. For example, there was an election in 2018, which led to the confirmation of an additional off-campus neighboring representative. And this is something that, well, like I said, has happened before. It's not out of the ordinary, and it would be an injustice for us not to allow Mr. Barashar his seat because of an irregularity. And regarding the fact that there would be two South Hill representatives, like I said, this has happened before. It would not take any votes away in terms of the other South Hill representative. Both of them would be full representatives, and they would both have full representation. I would like to give the rest of my time back to the speaker.
You should reserve them.
Reserve, right?
Thank you. Does the chair or anyone on that side of the floor seek further time? Yep. Okay.
So regarding the precedent, I was there in 2018, and so was the parliamentarian. I don't think anyone else was out of this body. What occurred was that there were 3 people running for 3 spots, off-campus neighboring, and only two of those 3 people appeared on the ballot because of a technical issue, but there was no 3rd or 4th or 5th person running. And so in good faith, that person was appointed for that 3rd position. It wasn't adding a 4th off-campus neighboring position. It was just filling the 3rd empty one that no one else had run for except for the person who was left off the ballot. In addition, this move was not constitutional. Just because it happened, it was done improperly. And that doesn't mean that this body should now choose to do things that are against our bylaws. Just because we are upset with the election results. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Seeing that time has been reserved, does then the affirmative floor seek further time?
Yes, I'd like to.
Thank you. Yes, seek to yield. Yes, go.
Time to the RT representative.
So yielded.
Yes. So back in 2016, there was another instance where there was an election error when 3 representatives were running for 2 seats for the engineering representative positions. And back then...
Clarification, may I? Because that's incorrect.
Go.
2 people are running, an additional was accidentally appointed in the fall.
So noted. Apologies for the interruption. That might have been out of order, but I'm new to chairing. Do you seek to continue to yield time, Mr. Archie?
Sure.
Okay.
Even though this was an appointment of a 3rd engineering position, because of the difficulties, all 3 were allowed to represent engineering college, which again goes to support that there is no really big problems in terms of adding an extra representative like Kisley would be for the South Hill representation. I would like to reserve my time.
Thank you. The other side?
I'll yield.
Cool.
I agree that there was a mistake made, and again, mistake by adding a 3rd person. They never intentionally added a 3rd person. It was a mistake in the fall as an appointment. Again, I don't think this body should make intentional mistakes. I reserve.
Thank you very much. Other side?
I would like to yield as much time as I may consume.
Thank you.
As the speaker just said, there was a mistake in appointing another person with regard to the elections. If there was a mistake, that person, to my knowledge, was not removed from their post. So I don't understand why we would have to, cause someone who, in a, ideal world, wouldn't have had to go through this election mistake and, have them be appointed to the legislature. It's also very important to note that this individual lost by 3 votes when there was a if anyone knows Prince Frederick is a huge building. So many students live there. It's 3 votes is literally something that could be overcome or, not overcome very easily. And there's no way of knowing that. It's very important to note as well that the Elections Commission advisor said that the legislature would be able to, fix this issue if they decided to. And this is what we are asking you to do today. There's no type of vendetta or anything here. We, consulted the other person who was involved in this, the former freshman first year representative who would have become the North Hill representative, and he declined the offer. So this is out of good faith. This is to ensure that we are not punishing people for something that they have no control over, such as an election result over an election that they do not run. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Does the other side seek to yield time?
I will yield.
Here we are.
I know the correspondence between the advisor, and unfortunately that's not what the advisor was suggesting. What the advisor was suggesting is that for there to be 2 South Hill reps, the legislative body that you sit on, has the ability to change that rules in the bylaws, and then after that change is implemented, then you can consider appointing another South Hill representative. I just don't want the words of the advisor to be misconstrued. I reserve.
Thank you. Other side, seeking time?
I would like to yield my time.
That's fine. Okay.
My time too,
yeah. Yep. Great. Okay. AGNR.
Okay. Overall, the past election results issues we've been mentioning have been technical issues. This year's election result was straight up just misrepresentation. If we take this misrepresentation lightly, who knows what other misrepresentations in the student body we will take lightly in response. So in turn, we should take this motion serious to show that we will take other misrepresentation motions serious in the future. I reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. Other side?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree that what occurred was wrong, and I feel very, very bad for this individual who I worked with very closely and consider one of my very close friends. He served as pro temp, but again, there's better ways to rectify, like a revote, which is, I believe, per our rules. I reserve.
Thank you. Other side seeking time? Business?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So, the speaker noted that this individual, this is not their fault. I believe that if this is not their fault, we should not allow it to be their fault. We should allow them to be appointed as the other representative, since this is not something that he had any control over. No one asks for their, elections to have irregularities. That's just something that happens from time to time. And typically when that thing happens, it's usually allowed for the appointment of those people who were affected by that. That's usually been precedent. And I just believe that it is kind of just confusing how this is an argument here, because he was wrong due to an election, irregularity. I reserve the rest of my time.
Ooh. All right. If I may.
Yep, you have it.
I agree that there was a mistake that was out of their control, but the right ways to rectify it were not done. And not, I'm not putting blame on anyone, but I'm saying that the rectification shouldn't be done by a body that has no right to do it. And so with that, I will call the question.
Thank you. Seeing that the question has been called, I would note at this time that this is a matter which requires a supermajority. For those of you who we welcome to the organization, that means a vote of 2/3. So at this point, a vote of yes will be to successfully appeal the decision of the chair in overturning it. A vote of no will be to uphold the decision of the chair. Again, 2/3 will be necessary to carry this motion, and I probably will need the chair's help in counting these votes. Please, of course, only vote if you are on the legislature. And you can use the hand raise if you wish to abstain on this motion.
I believe it's a procedural motion. Or no, it's not. No.
This is not, because we debated on it. Well, it was, sorry.
Can I make a point of personal privilege?
Sure.
Someone's computer just died. Can they have a second to plug in their laptop before?
Are you aware of their vote, or is there a way to? I don't know.
I mean, I can ask them, or if we can have 30 seconds, they can.
Yeah, we can delay the voting period slightly.
Like 30 seconds. She's running again.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks.
Thank you. Legislators, please vote on this if you have not already. Many of you haven't. Again, that's yes or no in the participants tab in Zoom.
Point of personal privilege.
Sure, yes.
Just to make sure I have this right. So a vote of no would be to uphold the chair's decision, correct? Like to agree.
That would be correct. Also, is the speaker themselves voting?
I don't know. Am I allowed? What is it?
No, you would not be able to in this case. Neither would I, obviously. Yep. Thanks for your understanding. Waiting on several representatives still to vote using yes or no, or hand raise in the participants tab. South Hill, both undergraduate studies, off-campus neighboring, off-campus outlying, thank you. Journalism, information studies, another off-campus outlying, Elijah.
Seems like a lot of people are new to voting on Slack, and they're a little confused about where to find.
Yeah, this is an interesting trial run, but we'll get through it. And we do want to make sure that all votes are counted here. Okay. Information studies. Please feel free to Slack message me or somebody else if you need to figure it out. Or indicate that you're abstaining in some way. Journalism. Thank you. Off-campus neighboring, Mitchell.
Dinman, I don't know what position she is asking to be let into this.
Thank you. Yes, they've just been let in. That policy representative there. And so has Alexa for, I believe, architecture whatever the rest of the school name is. But yes, thank you for that.
The individuals who weren't here for the debate abstain. Would that be in order?
That would be most appropriate, yes. And they just should not be counted in the vote total whatsoever. So we'll go for it that way. Seeing that architecture was here during the debate, it would be in order for them to vote, but not for the policy representative. Seeing the settling, would the chair ensure that all votes have been submitted? I believe that they have at this point.
I'm scrolling through.
Thank you. I believe that they have, except for off-campus neighboring. Mitchell.
He's having an issue with his laptop, so.
Okay.
You know what the vote will be?
Are you aware what his vote might be?
I can ask him, or he can.
Thank you. That would be, yes, that would be important.
All right, now it just switched. So now I'm confused. Okay. Now I have to scroll right through.
Yeah, I'm looking to ensure, but I don't see any non-representatives voting or anything like that.
Yeah.
The off-campus neighboring reps vote is no.
Thank you. Seeing that would be the last vote here, please, I believe that we would have 37 currently. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that this has a vote of 27 or 25 to 12, excuse me, but 25 to 12 seems to be it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As such, the decision of the chair will be overturned, and so the original motion is then on the table to present the prospective, I suppose, South Hill representative. As such, I'm not completely sure of the procedure at this point, but I suppose
I don't, this doesn't allow it, so I don't really know what to tell you guys.
Okay.
Maybe a motion to confirm.
I suppose yes. The motion to confirm would then be the next thing in order.
You're allowed to make that motion. Like, I'm just confused where we're following.
I suppose that's debate as well. And I understand the tenuous nature of the situation, but trying to work with what we apparently have been given here. So I suppose deferring to the RHU representative, what motion would they wish to make at this time? RHU representative, given that you were the initial motioner.
Yes. I'm new. Motion to present Parashar as an additional representative for South Hill election irregularities.
I suppose, seeing that that is now a motion, Mr. Chair, are there objections?
I'm going to clear all.
Yeah. Okay. Hearing objections, we should move into a period of debate on the substantive motion. This would also be 10 minutes equally divided.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing that the floor, who wishes to yield, or I guess, Mr. Chair, you still have it unless you wish to debate?
Oh, sorry?
Do you wish to debate on this, or?
I've said enough. So
wait, also, I'm sorry, just one thing before we begin. I think it would be in order then to send the Zoom link to the prospective representative. So
the individual can't debate.
Okay, then yeah, that makes sense.
If confirmed, then.
If confirmed, okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Then we'll just move forward with the debate as such. That makes more sense. Thank you.
And I believe, could you turn off the live stream?
That would probably be appropriate.
That is in order for those who are being confirmed. All right. So I sent them the Zoom link and they can join the chat. I'll wait for them to be in the room before we continue. I think he's in. Kisley, are you in?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. All right, then we will proceed with the business at hand. Executive appointments for the executive cabinet. Dan.
Yes. Would you like me to read the bios? It just.
So how would you prefer we do this? One at a time?
Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever the legislature would want. If you all would like to go through the individuals, happy to do that. I'm happy to do whatever the legislature wants. All the bios are there. We can start with cabinet. We'll go down to GovBoard after that. And then I'm also happy to take any questions, and then you all can direct questions to them. Are you going to let them in to answer?
Yeah. So if I guess I'll let them in the order that so Alyssa Conway, then Sherm. Wait, stop scrolling, please. Can you go back up to the top? Thank you. I'm just going down the list. Joy, Pauline, Benjamin Bateman. Can you scroll down to the next people? Thank you. Sasha Marquez. So Shohan, Naomi, Sarah. Oh no, I entered the wrong person. Sarah, is that the last one? I think that is. All right. So why don't I ask the appointments to introduce themselves, and then they can either read the bios or just tell people to read their own bios. So we'll start with Alyssa Conway.
Okay, can everyone hear me or see me or anything? No, okay. Okay. So hi everybody. My name is Alyssa Conway. I'm a government politics and public policy double major at the university. I will be a rising senior. As you can see, like within my bio, I previously served in the SGA within the past year. I was the BSOS legislator, and I was currently chairwoman of the Black Caucus. And I was involved in a plethora of committees, including like student groups, student affairs, and diversity and inclusion, which I actually served within the last 2 years. As you can see the rest, I've been involved in a lot of other efforts as well. But I guess like rather than of me, I guess like explaining what the fullness of is on the bio, I kind of wanted to give my little like personal like testament as to like why I even got interested like within education reform, and like wanting to I guess like work in behalf of wanting to help students regarding their academic pursuits. So I mean it really started like in elementary school when I witnessed my brother who is also autistic like myself, and he was grabbed by the ear at our school assembly by our vice principal at the time, and then was disciplined extremely harsh within her office. So I just kind of want to acknowledge like the frustration that I genuinely felt like when I saw my brother sincerely be disrespected by that, like reinvigorated my own testament to not only protect him but also protect my friends that are also within the disability community and like other like marginalized groups as well. especially within fields that are relevant towards improving our academic experience. And I am not sure if like many of you are aware as of now, but there is this funny little task force that I have worked along with many other students that I deeply care with the bottom of my heart, and I would sincerely not be of the person that I am today. And we have all like worked together within our means of caring about educational equity and helping students regarding of housing, academics, and many other services. During my time, I've heard multiple testimonies where students have reflected their financial stability, their mental health, their family health, housing, food insecurity, and any other things that were presented itself within highlights and headlines and just single-handedly just being dispersed throughout the community. And so I kind of just want to make this to be of a personal acknowledgement that I'm more than what is enlisted within the bio here, and I just kind of want to acknowledge my true passion and my heart that I have for wanting to help students within the community on their academic achievements. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the specific things that I want to do, but I want to keep this short out of respect for the other candidates here. So that's it.
Thank you. Dart.
Yeah. Hi, folks. Some of y'all might know me. Some of y'all don't. My name's Alon Sherman. You're probably going to know me around as Sherm. It's pretty much what everyone calls me. I'm an applicant for the Director of Alumni Relations and Traditions. And like you can go through the bio. I mean, it's pretty simple. I actually ran into the SGA table randomly at the First Look Fair last year, and I put my name down because I was like, all right, like some stuff was going on in my life, but I wanted to like start on like a fun foot. Like this seemed like a really cool opportunity. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what the office was. And I ended up like getting interviewed and accepting it and becoming a legislator last year. And one of the most like really interesting things I found was the power for engagement within this organization. And so the reason why I'm running or like applying for the DART position this year is to promote our engagement efforts across campus and to expand on the position of DART within its constitutional boundaries to the extent that we can further engage with students meaningfully on things of all sorts of committee matters, from sexual misconduct prevention to health and wellness and more. If you have any questions, feel free to Slack me or just ask away.
I'm unmuted, sorry. Comms.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joy. I'm a rising senior communication shocker and gov major. And I was previously the deputy comms director in SGA last year. So I'm hopefully looking forward to working with many of you again and meeting a lot of new faces, which is amazing. You guys can read my bio. I have a lot of experience in comms within SGA on campus and also in various internship experiences. But I'm really looking forward to more innovative forms of establishing communication, like specifically two-way communication between students and the SGA, whether that's through social media, as many of you guys experienced over the past month, or whether that's through primarily tech-driven ways, because I think that's going to be really important, especially during this time. So looking forward to it, and I'll take any questions.
Diversity and inclusion.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pauline. I'm a rising senior at, well, obviously at UMD anyways. And yeah, I mean, you guys can read my bio. I've been involved a lot this year in terms of doing things for diversity and inclusion within my college, so within BSOS, like meeting with the Economic Leadership Council and trying to help them figure out best ways to bring opportunities in terms of internships and jobs to more of the minority students in econ, just because there's a huge issue there. But also just like in other places, like with BSU, with UXL, with just like BAN, the Black Alliance Network on campus in general. Yeah, doing the Black Book too. Oh, how did I forget that? Anyways, I'll take any questions if you guys have any.
I was going to save questions to the end. I'm not ignoring that, but so Gov. No worries. Gov Affairs. Ben Bateman. I know he's in here.
I'm texting him right now. He might just not be around his laptop.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I was unmuted. I was muted. Yeah, senior Gov and Econ. I've been on the Gov Affairs Committee for the past couple of years, been on the City Council Committee. I was Vice President for undergrads for the system. I've interned in the university's Government Relations Office, so know those folks pretty well. This past semester, I took off from school to work on the Warren campaign in Iowa and Michigan. And so I'm looking to take a lot of that lobbying experience that I have from the past 2 years, combined with some of the organizing experience I have. And yeah, this year we're going to need to do a lot of policy stuff because funding is going to be a shit show. And so that's what I want to do.
I will have to remind everyone to keep language appropriate. Civic engagement, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sasha. I'm also a rising senior. I'm a journalism and anthropology double major. I am currently serving as the director of civic engagement, and in tandem with that as the co-chair of the Terps Vote Coalition. I got involved right from my freshman year, and I'm really passionate about engaging full student voter participation on campus. This year specifically, I'm really looking forward to working to make sure that not only that everyone has access to the ballot box and equitable access, but also that everyone's voting informed on all the issues and on all the candidates. And I'm looking forward to hopefully getting to know all of you very well and working hard with all of you through the November general election.
All right, thank you. Shoham for health and wellness.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Shoham. I'm a rising junior bio major. As you can see in my bio, I've been a CMNS legislator last year, and I've been involved with the Health and Wellness Committee the past 2 years. Essentially, right now, we're going through an extraordinary stressful time with the pandemic. And I genuinely feel that the university hasn't had a sufficient response. There hasn't been the culture of self-care that we really need right now. And it goes like with the professor at the business school, like not understanding the student's situation. And in general, just often the health center and counseling center under advertising resources. I think we as students in the student government really need to push for university-wide change to make sure students feel like they're accepted and make sure students know where to go and are knowledgeable about the different resources the campus has. I really think I can do the health and wellness director position. And please feel free to reach out to me. David said we're saving questions for later, but Slack me, hit me up. Thank you.
Sexual misconduct prevention.
Hi, everyone. I'm Naomi. You can see from my bio, I'm a rising junior. My major is environmental science and policy, and I first got involved with SGA this past year. I was vice chair of outreach, working with Elena and the rest of the committee, and it's been a super rewarding experience, and I'm super excited that I can take the reins and kind of continue that into next year. I'm interested in raising more accountability with the Title IX office, especially with the new regulations that just came out, and working to advocate for survivors and students on campus in general. I'm excited to start doing more legislative work with Maryland General Assembly and kind of taking the next step in expanding education and awareness on consent with the Red Zone campaign. And I'm really excited to work with you all. I'll keep this short, but yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Director of Student Groups.
Hi, everybody. Some of you are familiar faces, some of you are not, but my name is Sarah. I'm a rising senior. I'm a government and politics major. I'm a former BSOS legislator, so shout out to my new BSOS ledge people. I'll keep it brief just out of respect for time. I'm really interested in making student groups, the committee, like really focused on getting on the ground and working with student groups and listening to their concerns. I think that's a great way to make effective policy, while also really trying to make sure our funding process is equitable. Like everyone said, please Slack me after the meeting if you just want to talk. And I'm looking forward, hopefully, to working with you guys.
All right, thank you. And sustainability.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kurt, and I'm actually currently in Auckland, New Zealand, so it's good morning. But I hope all of you are doing very well. And I'm a rising senior studying environmental science and GIS, and I've been on the Student Sustainability Committee for the past 2 years. So I've seen a lot of what goes on through the SGA's environmental side, and I'm really excited to continue a lot of those initiatives. And there's a lot this university is currently doing for sustainability and environmental mindedness, but there's a lot more we can do. And I'm very excited to implement a lot of projects from food to education to energy to waste. So I hope we can work together on all of those things.
Great, thank you. All right, so for the body, I will let you guys ask as many questions as you want, but the descriptions I linked in the agenda, so, about what the roles are, so I hope you had a chance to read those. So if you have questions, just for the sake of some sort of order, raise your hands and we'll go through the hand raises in the order that they appear. And we'll try to get to everyone. So engineering rep, go ahead.
Yeah, this question's for everybody. You guys all listed a lot of other great organizations that you're involved with. I just wanted to know how you are making sure that this position is a priority and making sure that you have enough time in your schedule to give it as much time as it needs.
All right. We'll go down alphabetically. So, Alyssa.
Okay. So thank you for asking that question. With me, my terms of organization probably may not be as different than many of you within the upkeeping of how we organize our courses and how we organize our extracurriculars that we're involved in. I know that with me being a rising senior, I'm not really taking that many credits within the next year, and then if anything, it will be specialized work that will be under educational research. So I will at least be within the field of already working into efforts that are related towards academic affairs. So it's not something that is off grid, but I'm not going to be in that many credits. I'm trying to keep this short. I will probably I usually, with how I keep up my organization, is utilizing Google Calendar as my best friend. I literally record everything that I do for the sake of keeping time. I've learned, at least within my own academic experience, I'm better when I use alarms. So I use alarms a lot when it comes to any important notifications and things that I need to do. But a lot of it will single-handedly just be on the need that I know I have such an ingrained passion within this matter, and I know that it should not be of a concern at all that I wouldn't be able to take this seriously. So that's it.
Hi, y'all. So, I think I'm both sort of blessed and cursed in the fact that most of my interaction with other orgs are usually on behalf of SGA initiatives. And although I don't really relish the sort of idea of an insider label, the SGA is where I spend a lot of my time and working efforts around campus. One of the things is with a general expansion of the role and its interactions with other committees, as it sort of happens throughout the year, is to work sort of on a contractual consulting basis with other committees. And so a lot of it will be sort of externally delegated, with the majority of alumni and traditions work being relatively simple to streamline effectively. So it's mostly just a matter of maximizing productivity through automation, as well as working together to delegate and partner with to create sort of the best sort of events and outreach that we can reasonably do through the lens of both our alumni relations, traditions, and event planning organizations, along with stuff like recruitment and retention.
Thank you for the question. So I feel as the current deputy director of comms, I'm pretty familiar with kind of the structure and the time that it takes for the director to do. As many of you know, the director of communication is a really time-intensive position. And so I have taken that under consideration for pretty much all of my past semesters. I've done internships as well as school. And I'm deciding not to do that for the next year. And I've also scaled back a lot of my outside club organizations, and I actually declined to be president of one of them to be able to participate more in SGA. So yeah.
Yeah, so regarding being director of health and wellness, I'm also reducing my credit load.
Sorry, we'll just go in order. Diversity and inclusion.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. But yeah, so the way I like to organize myself is just basically using tables, using different, like everyone else said, alarms and things like that. I'm actually really glad that you asked this question just because I just made my table for this for next year. So I guess I could just show it. So this is basically what it's looking like. So every single day I have organizations that I'm going to be focusing on. And then like, obviously when it comes to those days, like the week before, I'll send like in the Slack during the specific times that I will be working on stuff. So for SGA, for me, that's on Wednesdays and Saturdays that I'm going to dedicate 3 hours of my time. And so then like, on Sunday, I'll say next week, I'll be working from 3 to 6 and Saturday from 3 to 6 as well. So feel free to contact me then if you want to, which isn't to say like you guys can't contact me during the other days, but just knowing that like those are the days specifically where I will be investing a lot of time as well.
Gov Affairs?
Is pretty much all I have going on next year. I've put my schedule around being able to do this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really in anything else next year.
All right, civic engagement.
Yeah, kind of just like Ben. I think next semester is like the most important semester, arguably, for civic engagement. And this semester, I think I did a pretty good job organizing myself and managing my time and making time for everything for SGA and for TERP's vote. And I'm hoping to continue to do the same in the fall.
Sorry, health and wellness show.
Yeah, so like I started talking about earlier, next week I am fortunate. I am able to take a reduced credit load and will be proceeding accordingly, given I know how much the health and wellness director position requires, and SGA has been my primary commitment this past 2 years. So I really look forward to devoting more time to the organization. Additionally, like everyone else who's talked so far, I'm a big believer in Google Calendar, and especially just the alarm option. It has kept me accountable, has made sure I always am like on track with what I'm doing and make sure I know I'm not forgetting about my responsibilities. So I really look forward to working this position and clearing out my schedule to make it possible.
Is it me? Okay, cool. As some of you may know, I've been known to be involved in a lot of different things on campus all at once and have still managed to balance everything and give my full attention to it as well as my grades. For next year, because I am stepping into a director position, I'm actually scaling back from my fraternity as well as being a tour guide. And I did that fully with the intention of wanting to give everything for this position and a lot of my time to it. I've been pretty organized in the past. I'm not afraid to ask for help. So if I fully will be asking for help and understand how to delegate in a responsible way within my committee and with everyone, all the other directors and ledge members to help me out. So yeah.
Hi. So similarly to like everyone else, what they had said, I've had experience in SGA previously. So I served on 3 committees this past semester and was a legislator. So I understand the breadth of the workload of a director. And I've also gotten to see what great directors look like. And I think it might have been Naomi mentioned that she's really open to asking questions and also delegating work. And I think that's a great way to make sure we get more people involved in the org while also making sure work gets done. Outside of that, I've also really prioritized SGA just because I think it has the capacity to do a lot of good work. And because I have so much passion and faith in the organization, I put time into it and I'm like passionate enough to dedicate like a lot of days of the week to it. And I plan on continuing that next semester.
I had a really good talk with the previous Director of Sustainability, Candela, and she just ran through what the usual activities were for her throughout the week. And having been on the committee for the past 2 years, I feel like I'm very capable of taking on those roles. And with all of my other involvement with sustainability groups, I think it'll just help bring new ideas and really focus my attention on this director position.
All right, thank you. The next hand is from the Southfield rep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the directors, how do they plan on working with the legislature so that the legislature gets to represent their people in these committees and their issues can be brought up in these committees as well?
So yeah, I'll start first. Yeah, I mean, knowing like knowing my character and like knowing the I guess like the plans like already have like escorted like within like wanting to like take on the position as director of academic affairs, even though like I'm very like organized and like the outlinings of things that I like plan on getting done throughout the year, like throughout like delegating with multiple members, which include legislators like within the committee. I'm fully open to making sure that every like legislator's like voice and participation is heard and represented well within my committee. I've also like wanted to have risen that we should have like multi like disciplinary committees, as well as with what I've learned within education pursuits, is that it's very intersectional in nature, which like to make it make sense is that like educational affairs like is intermingled with a lot of other issues as well, that affect like student success, like health and wellness and like diversity inclusion efforts and stuff. So at least with what I had envisioned, with making sure that we have a lot more collaboration with multitude of legislators, is that we work together more so from committee to committee on the different efforts that we want to be able to do to make sure that we relieve a lot of the gaping holes that would be filled if we did things within an intersectional manner. So.
Dirt.
Yeah. So one of the things that I sort of envision, and like to reflect on my experience, is that like the most passionate projects I've been involved with as a legislator involved things that like I personally cared about as it like related to engagement on like a variety of different matters. And I had like met with directors to like see if we could make that a reality, and if not, then like put the plans in place to enable further activity on that regard. And so I see a lot of my work in DART is promoting legislators' desires to make events happen, and then partnering with directors and their committees to sort of work it out and create like an event function sort of like protocol that can standardize and codify systems to ensure that legislators can engage students on the things that matter to them, and whether it's on things like birth control town halls, which have been successful in the past and we certainly plan on continuing doing, to like issues like consent education as it relates to like Reclaim the Red, but also other ways of continuing that conversation in and outside of the red zone. And so providing sort of a space for legislators to create meaningful engagement efforts across campus is a huge part of my sort of like overarching vision for the committee.
Yeah, so I think that this is a great question. I really liked what Alyssa said about the intersectional nature of the SGA, because I feel like a lot of times people are almost siloed within their different committees, and something that I think would be great to work on from a comms perspective or internally would be figuring out how to sort of manage the projects that people are working on and share ideas in a way that would be collaborative and beneficial to everyone. As far as comm goes, I would say this is maybe one of the most ledge-facing committees, because we really, like, in order to do anything for this organization, we need students to know about it. If you're going to host an event, if you want to pass mental health training, you need people to show up, and that's through comms. So my priority is going to be to do some comm trainings, hopefully, to kind of make sure that everyone understands what that means to feel comfortable speaking to students. But I also would need your help to do that. So part of that is sharing things on social media. Part of it is just being comfortable going to different events, as I hope we'll be able to do through diversity and inclusion, and just being able to communicate with the student body. So I think that LEG has a really important role in that, and hopefully I'll be able to help you guys along the way.
One of my biggest issues with SGA historically, and take this with a grain of salt because I've never been on SGA, but it seems like diversity and inclusion issues are dealt with only in the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and that SGA as a whole doesn't have an active role in doing that, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to be in this position to help make that a common thing. Like the Diversity and Inclusion Committee should not be the only one asking questions about diversity and inclusion. So I want to work with the legislators, whether it's like you guys are representatives in the colleges. I want to know what's going on with the minority students in your college. What are the issues that they are dealing with? And how can my committee help get you guys to solutions to alleviate those issues? And then same things for like the legislators in like South Hill or North Hill or wherever the case may be. Minority students go through various different issues at every single stage of their college life, in the dorms, outside of the dorms, in the classroom, and not. And so as representatives, I think that it is up to us to come together and like, even if you're not in the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, you should still be making a point to ask those questions. So I guess that's kind of the role that I want to help facilitate, like making sure that that is a salient conversation that is constantly being going on, but then also having various diversity workshops throughout the year. Yeah.
Like I had said earlier, I want to just basically build up support through organizing, and the more we can use each other, the more we can build support for initiatives that we have, both on campus and with government officials. And so making sure that we are exhausting every single lead that we have, and just kind of helping people figure out where they can be better organizing and grabbing people in to build support.
I think all of the other committees have like an integral role in civic engagement as well. I think it shouldn't be an only one kind of committee focus, especially going into the fall. And so legislators are assigned to each of the committees, and I'm really looking forward to kind of engaging the entire body and getting everyone's ideas. I can't work alone on this. It's a huge task, and I don't have enough ideas in my brain to successfully fulfill this role. So I'm hoping to work a lot with LEG and rely on you guys, like Ben said, for organizing, whether that's helping to table and get people registered to vote, or whether that's like text banking, or whether it's coming to committee meetings and seeing how we can all work together to achieve student voter participation. So I'm really looking forward to engaging you all and hearing your ideas and thoughts.
Yeah, so in my experience as a legislator this year, I know when talking with directors and just initiating these conversations, what I really look for is for support and general guidance, especially when an initiative comes to mind, you might not always know where to go. So especially when, if I'm selected as a director of health and wellness, my goal is to be accessible to the students and always available to help them take their ideas and turn it into action. I've already begun messaging some of you about this on Slack, but I think that's my definition of success, making sure that you all have initiatives and are able to achieve change by pursuing your initiatives. Always accessible, feel free to reach out. Thanks.
Part of the reason why I kind of wanted to go into this position and into this leadership role is going off of what Pauline said, is making SGA more inclusive and more approachable, but making it so that our representatives are themselves approaching multicultural groups and making minority communities on campus an actual part of decisions that we're doing. And that plays such an important role in sexual misconduct prevention. So that's something I would like to engage the LEG members appointed to my committee to help work on going to different events, reaching out to different groups, and making that something that we do weekly. In fact, like checking up on that throughout committees, especially with different ledge members from other committees. Another big thing that we do from SMP or bills specifically, we're constantly trying to do different campaigns and start different events and push different agendas. So that's something that we would be working heavily with ledge members. And I'd want to encourage different committee members that aren't necessarily involved with ledge to help with bills and get involved in that process to make sure all people's ideas are being represented and talked about.
I think one of the wonderful things about being a former legislator is I understand how important your guys' role is. I don't think it can be overlooked, the power and importance of the legislature. And as a legislator, like I was really interested at while I was serving in a domestic violence awareness campaign. Unfortunately, I couldn't follow through because of COVID, but I wasn't in health and wellness. And I reached out to the former director of health and wellness, and she was like, come to my committee and let me help you, and here are my contacts. So making sure I have that openness and accessibility and approachability. Like I would never want you guys to think that you couldn't reach out to me casually and ask for my opinion or offer me advice. So in addition to just being accessible and open with you guys and also really valuing your ideas, I've also started formulating an idea for an event that I've spoken with a few of you about, where I try and connect legislators with student groups and have listening meetings so you guys can make effective policy that will really serve specific students. And I think that will also help with what Pauline said so eloquently, making sure that SGA really incorporates diversity and inclusion in every action it takes.
Yeah, and I think I'll reiterate what a lot of the other directors were saying is that sustainability is a very interdisciplinary field. And so we're taking ideas from a bunch of different groups on campus, different majors, different organizations in different parts of campus. So I want to help foster all of those ideas and generate these projects and initiatives that can really have everybody progressing. And that means the legislatures need to be in contact with me and vice versa, and also also talking with other committees to really be honing in on all of these different ideas. So I want to help that collaborative bridge.
Great, thank you. Greek residential.
All right.
And you are also able to like point questions to a specific director. You don't have to do across the board. Just
okay, thank you. I did want to ask this question anyways to all the potential directors. So how will you handle yourself in disagreements with people you personally disagree with but have to work with in a professional capacity?
Okay, so I guess I'll answer first. Yeah, I mean, I think it's natural for there to be, discussions that might not have everyone, I guess, like feel like they're falling within like the same, I guess, like agreements on things. Like we're all like different within our, our rations for things. And so like I think that's completely acceptable. I mean, we're the nature of like holding like debates, like when you're in like legislature, and the nature of being able to work with each other like within committees, it's to make sure that we are all like working within a collaborative manner in order for us to fully authenticate the purpose as to why we're all here, which is really being able to serve the student body in the best way possible. And so I think it can even be good, like if there are means of people disagreeing on things, because that is how we're able to weed through a lot of the variables that we need to encounter within our initiatives to make sure that we are fully recognizing all the caveats and needing to help students at this university in the best way possible. I'm actually really glad that you asked this question because I think this like shows of testament and of accountability for all of us to make sure that regardless of the, of the personal, I guess, like the personal thoughts and feelings that reign in that we all have is that we all make sure that we center our priorities into making sure that we are doing what we can to make sure that we better the student body. When it comes to like, if people like personally like have something that they disagree with me, like that's okay. Like I'm supposed to be, I guess a vessel and of a person that you can feel comfortable and that you can feel like you have access to work with. So like I would love to be able to talk with you and to be able to discuss and work things out, because at the end of the day, like we're both here for the same purpose, and that is to make sure that students of all protected class, to make sure that they are fully inclusive and represented within this community. And so by all means, within any way, within us being able to do that, and life is not always where like everyone says yes to everything, it's okay. I'm more than willing to engage in conversations and engage in protocols of what we can do to make sure that we are able to just work out things in the most respectable manner, to make sure that we still prioritize what we're all really here for, to help students. So I don't find that to be of any concern.
Yeah, I would like to sort of like piggyback off that too. I think one of the really like interesting parts about like this position in particular is that it is very much contingent. Like the level of expansion that we see in DART is very much about our ability to work together and across sort of communities, both in Maryland and the SGA. I'd like to say that I do a pretty good job of being pretty like chillax. For those of you that don't know, I am from the West Coast, California, and I do like to say it does inspire a little bit of my sort of like easygoing personality. I genuinely enjoy working with people. I do really try and foster engagement, and I think that one of the things that we can all work on in the upcoming year is being better with each other and to ourselves. Like this is a challenging job, and sometimes it is hard to not take things personally, even outside of the SGA. And I know that being the first one to apologize isn't always easy. And being willing to break bread when it's uncomfortable is hard, but it's something that I try and pride myself on doing a lot. And I think it's something that could also make this org better generally. Sorry about that brief interruption. But I, if anything does come up, I'm more than happy to talk with people. And if anything, like I do or say comes off in like any wrong way or whatever, I want to be someone that can be seen as open to be talked to about those sorts of things.
Yeah, so I completely agree with what both Alyssa and Sherm said. I just wanted to say that I'm a big proponent of constructive feedback and constructive criticism. I hope to be working with like most, if not all of you in the coming months as I make your initiatives look pretty and accessible to the student body. So obviously with that comes constructive feedback. My philosophy is just to give people the benefit of the doubt. I try to assume that people are coming from a good and positive place, and even if we may not see eye to eye on something, just to know that you might not know what someone's going through at the time or what their capacity is or how stressed they all are, as I'm sure many of us are. So I kind of just operate on that, giving people the benefit of the doubt, trying to not do any harm to another person and being respectful. And so, yeah, I hope that if something does come up, we can all go through those values and come to some sort of solution together.
So this might sound weird, but part of me if I don't have any disagreements with anyone, I'm going to be concerned just because I think it's important to have diversity in ideas and in values. So when you have a group of people united who have different values, there's going to be some disagreement. So that being said, I hope we disagree. But when we do disagree, from my perspective, I just want to listen so I can. I mean, I'm the type of person where sometimes I might take things personally. So I'm really trying to work on listening more carefully and deciphering where the disagreement lies in. That way we can try and solve that part instead of like being mad at the person in general, because that doesn't really get anywhere. And then once I figured out the source of the conflict, then developing areas and a solution to help work towards a solution for it. And honestly, as long as from my perspective, as long as we're doing everything we can to fulfill our job on SGA, I'm really good. So if the disagreement lies in something else, I'm kind of not going to be that bothered about it, I feel like.
Management's really important for me. And so one of my first things with the committee at the beginning of the year will be setting ground rules and norms and just how we expect to communicate with one another, and how we expect to work through those problems with one another, which seems kind of kindergarten-y, but is very important to put out there. And so, yeah, I think, obviously stuff is going to come up, but being able to know that we can work through it and that we have agreed on how to work through it is how we're going to do that.
Kind of going off of what a few other people have said, I fundamentally believe that we're here to serve the student body, and not necessarily argue over like our personal views or personal outlooks on everything. But that being said, there are obviously disagreements within the student body too, and it's our job to have healthy discussion and healthy disagreement, to kind of move the process forward, and to get things done. But it's my personal belief that even in those kinds of disagreements, and potentially arguments, it's important to remember to stay respectful, and to make sure you are understanding that you don't know what the other person you're talking with is going through, and that you're both coming from completely different perspectives. And I think once that understanding is there, like Ben said, laying those ground rules for those types of discussions, I think they can be really healthy ways for us to move the work we're doing forward and to better understand the needs and the wants and perspectives of the student body. So I'm always here. I'm always open to having those discussions, and to talking things through. If I say something or if I propose something that you completely disagree with and think is wrong, like I'm here to talk through that and I'm here to listen. And acknowledge any mistakes I might make or any missteps I might make.
Echoing the ideas of others, I completely agree. I found that just discussion and disagreement is healthy for the organization as long as the disagreement is kept respectful. Really, when these moments arise, I think it's good for the organization because it shows that people are comfortable enough to disagree with each other. And when you don't have this whole idea of groupthink or the whole idea that people who are minority voices aren't afraid to talk, they're willing to speak their mind, that's when you achieve meaningful change. That's when you make sure that the ideas you're putting forth, the initiatives you're putting forth are inclusive for all members of campus. And they're really the highest quality ideas that we can bring to the table, the most effective ones. I always want to be accessible to the student body, and just the legislators in my committee, the members of the committee. Yes, I can personally disagree, and I really want that to be an opportunity for discussion because, again, like other people have said, we all want what's best for the organization and by extension, what's best for the student body. We might see differently at a certain moment, but that's where we try to understand each other, see where those differences are. It's not about disliking each other as people. It's generally about specific ideas, and often it comes from a lack of context. So we really do need empathy here, critical for all members of the organization. And it's like, I hope to talk with as many of you as I can, especially during these moments of disagreement. I want us to move the organization forward.
I just want to say I don't have the answers to everything. I don't think anyone does. I myself am not representative of everyone on campus. So I personally welcome new ideas and new insights. If there's a disagreement, I've considered myself pretty good when it comes to conflict. I've had to make a lot of tough decisions in other groups that I belong to. And we've come to a civilized agreement or some type of compromise and then gone back to normal afterwards. And I would say people that I've had really heavy disagreements with are some of my best friends from school. I am not afraid of conflict, but I don't think it's super necessary to get down to informed decisions. And I don't want to be too repetitive. So, yeah.
I'll also try and be brief to honor your guys' time. I think, like, to summarize what everyone else had said, the important issues are often the contentious ones. So we have to be willing to confront disagreements, but those don't have to prevent us from moving forward. Yeah, and on a personal note, I have worked at a restaurant on and off for like 5 years making minimum wage, and I've worked in like the offices of politicians. Like, I know the value of professionalism and also how to work with a lot of different types of people. And I think that's a really valuable skill for a director to have, is to be willing and able to work with people you disagree with in a professional way.
Yeah, and I think what a lot of you guys have been saying is just taking those differences and trying to make them into your end goals, you know? I think a lot of disagreements can often lead to more comprehensive projects and new ideas. So if we can be able to collaborate and work through those differences in those committees or wherever they may be towards our end goals, whatever those may be, I think a lot of good can really come out of those differences, like many others have been saying.
All right, I don't see any other questions. If you guys have questions, just raise your hand using the blue hand raise. But otherwise, these are all confirmations. You as a body can decide whether or not you want to confirm them individually, or you can do the motion to confirm as a block.
Motion to confirm as a block.
There's been a motion to confirm as a block. Are there any seconds?
Second.
Are there any objections? All right, hearing none, so confirmed. Congratulations to the new executive cabinet on your confirmation. If we were in person, we would clap. Zoom makes this awkward. All right, Mr. President, what would you like to do next with your gov appointments? Should I let them in?
Yes, please, sir.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
So I was just like wondering, like, I thought the directors of student affairs and academic affairs were like created in the vetoed bill. Like, so could I get clarification on that, please?
Yes. Last year, because of coronavirus, the parliamentarian and I agreed that we should write a bill that would, put in those positions, because we weren't sure what omnibus would look like and if we would be able to have omnibus given coronavirus. And so the bylaws that we are currently working on do include the Director of Academic Affairs and the Director of Student Affairs. They are the ones that I sent in the Ledge channel, and they were amended April 1st, 2020, and it was not an April Fool's joke.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so let me let in the gov board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to do this the same way as we did the last one as well.
Yes, so, but since I don't know if they were watching the live stream, so I'm going to assume they weren't. Welcome Gov Board appointees. All 5 of them should be in the Zoom. So if we've been going down in the order that is in the Gov Board bios. So if you want to just briefly introduce yourself, you could read off the paragraph. And then we'll take questions after everyone introduces themselves. So Ben, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Bernbeck. I'm a rising senior government and politics major, and I'm currently minoring in law and society. I've been serving on the central board of the University Student Judiciary for about 2.5 years now. So in that role, I've been dealing with primarily off-campus incidents, fights, that sort of thing. But recently, I also served as the Chief Justice of the Interfraternity Council. So in that role, I wasn't so much as a juror, but more of a presiding officer. So in that role, I oversaw things such as fraternities violating rules, and I learned that it's hard to be in a disciplinary role with your peers. But I'm really excited about this opportunity. I want to congratulate all of you on being elected to your positions, and I want to thank Dan for nominating me for this position.
Zach, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm Zach Goldberg. Very excited to be nominated for this position, and I hope that I earn your confirmation. Just to summarize my bio, I've been interested in law for a very long time, and I've done a lot of extracurriculars and involvement opportunities that I believe reflect this and have added to my training. I know one of the major things you guys are going to be considering when deciding if you are going to be confirming us is whether we can step into office day one and be able to perform to the best of our abilities in order to serve both you and the governing documents of this body. And I believe that my experience will allow me to do just that. You can see what I've done in the past in this bio. Just one correction I would like to make is that this semester I'm working with Dr. Tripp in the Family Science Department on domestic violence, not domestic viruses, although domestic violence is, I believe, a virus that is a really terrible thing. Just a little bit about me and my style of jurisprudence. I believe that it is my job to interpret the government documents and to make my decisions based on them and nothing else. I'm excited to answer any and all questions later about how I plan to apply this. But to put it simply, I believe that it's not my job to advance my own personal agenda or my own personal opinions. It's my job to look at what's written and make sure to conduct all of my business based on the Constitution and the government documents of the SGA. Thank you.
The next one, Milagros.
Hi, everyone. My name is Milagros Caramanos Molino. So I am a senior in government and politics. And like Ben, I am on the University Student Judiciary currently. I serve as a central board member. So I basically handle off-campus student conduct hearings. And through that position, I am very familiar with just taking the school guidelines, school rules, and applying that on a case-by-case basis based on the incident, what happened, just getting all of the information that they give us and that we read on a case and making a decision based on that. I think that serving on student judiciary has made me very impartial, and I look at a case unbiasedly. And I just thank you for the nomination.
Ria.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Ria Chowdhury. I'm a rising junior, and I'm a government and politics and art studio double major. So I have a lot of experience, I guess, in this field. I am the president of the Civic Student Advisory Board, so I know how constitutions kind of work and sort of like an on-campus, like in student groups, in a living learning program kind of experience. And then I also kind of have sort of that like real world perspective to kind of working. I interned before the whole coronavirus thing for Eric Swalwell in his congressional office, as well as with the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California. And so I'm very passionate about like bringing both my like campus perspective and my like real world perspective to this position. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, like I'll be happy to do that later.
And Paige.
Hi guys, I'm Paige. First, I want to say thank you for the nomination, Dan. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to be working alongside the Gov Board in whatever cases that we're going to have to hear. I am a senior, a rising senior, majoring in criminology and criminal justice with a minor in law and society and rhetoric. So I've had past internships working with the legal counsel for a financial services company. And this summer I plan to intern with my congressman in my district. And in the past, I've been enrolled in classes that have really exposed me to judicial rulings and reading case documents and examining case law. So I'm really excited to use the exposure I've had and apply it here and interpret the Constitution of the SGA to the best of my ability.
All right, thank you. So again, like we did with the cabinet appointments, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hands, and after all questions are exhausted, I'll ask if there's any motions. So, are there any questions? Yes, please go ahead, CMNS rep.
Hi, I was just wondering, you all likely heard about the recent veto of the omnibus bill, and regarding it being so contentious and yet also so important, I was wondering how prepared you all feel to handle such an important case, and if you do feel prepared, what makes you feel prepared to do that, if that makes sense.
And so we'll just go down in the same order. Please just go ahead after one another. So we'll start with Ben.
Thank you for the question. As someone who was not in SGA before, I know that I'm a little bit disconnected when it comes to these individual issues, but I did get a chance to read a little bit about what's specifically going on. But I think it's really important for any judicial nominee or in any sort of judicial situation that we don't pre-decide cases before we get to see all the facts and the details. The only thing I got to see were 2 Diamondback articles and word of mouth, and I don't think it would be fair to anybody on either side of that issue for me to prejudge anything before I receive the details, the documents, the dates, and the things like that. In general, when we look at cases, we look at them on a case-by-case basis. We look at the rules. We look at how the details of the case reflect on those rules, and we make a decision. And one of the important things is that we don't make a decision based off popular opinion or what people might want. We make a decision off what's right and what's based off the rules. So I hope that answers your question. And hopefully I answered it.
All right, I really appreciate this question. I think this is actually a great way that I can kind of go into a little real world example of how I would think about cases that come across the Gov board. To echo Ben's sentiment, I 100% agree that it would be irresponsible of me to come up with any opinion on this case before hearing both sides and being able to ask them any questions that I might have. When I first heard about this, it was also through the Diamondback article. I decided to do a little bit of research so that I knew that if I was appointed and confirmed, I'd be able to step onto the job day one and be able to hit the ground running and prepare myself to ask as many questions as I needed to ask in order to come to a conclusion on the constitutionality of this matter. When it comes to the actual documents I looked at the Constitution, I looked at the bylaws, and I looked at the standing rules of order. An example of a question that I might ask for those that oppose the veto comes from the Constitution, Article 4, Section 2, subsection C, in which it states that the student body president has the privilege to veto legislation. I would ask what the values or the legal rationale would be to disregard such a provision in the Constitution. Example of a question that I might ask to somebody who supports the veto would come from the standing rules of order. Forgetting what subsection is, but it's Section 6. Within Section 6, which discusses the presidential veto of legislation, I would ask if the president noted her objection and plans to veto during the last general body meeting, as is mandated in Section 6, subsection 1, as well as if other provisions that are written down in that section if they had been met, and whether that would have the standing to overturn such a provision in the Constitution. So, as you can see, I really let the governing documents speak for themselves, and I read those documents and I try and apply each case to those documents in order to come down to the constitutionality of any matter that would I'd have to rule on. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So just kind of going off of what they're saying, as a justice, when you get a case, part of your job is to look at it without any opinion. So everyone on either side has their own view of it and what they think of it. And part of our job is to listen to what they have to say, but also pay attention to the rules, read the Constitution, and then put in our application of that and see the best way to ensure that we are following and complying with the Constitution. So if we do get this case and when it comes through, it's just a matter of, to our best of abilities, making the best decision that's going to be best for SGA, regardless of whether or not what our opinions are, putting that to the side and then doing what's best for the organization as a whole.
Yeah, so to kind of piggyback off of what's been said without being redundant, I think that going into this with sort of an impartial mindset and an open mindset is that hearing everything that has to be said. I think that as of right now, we have this background knowledge, but not necessarily like explicitly have been seeing what the facts are of each side. And so I think it's really important that we have the chance to hear that before we obviously make any decisions for ourselves. So I think that going in day one, like if this is something that we will be dealing with, I think it's really important that we go in with an open mindset, and that's something that I hope to be going in with. And so I think that kind of everything has been like sort of said. So in the sake of time, yeah, I like definitely agree with everything that's sort of already been said.
Okay, thank you for the question. As the last person going and having similar views, I'm just going to echo, I also haven't had much exposure to the case. I did expect it to come to light given the new administration. And again, like everyone has said, I think that benefits impartiality when viewing the case. So like everyone else, again, has said, I'm just going to review the case documents and discuss weigh the consequences and things that could happen in the foreseeable future when you pass certain legislation or the benefits, and just be open to discussion and following what's been said before in the Constitution and the bylaws.
CMNS rep.
Hi, so this is also for all members. So a lot of you mentioned that you're going to go into cases with an open mind, but the thing is, a lot of people have implicit biases, and I want to ask: are you all aware of what your implicit biases are, and if so, how do you address them?
Every human being has biases. It's just a matter of if we act out on those biases or if we do our best to make sure that they're not a part of our thought process. I have taken on psychology classes in one of my law minor classes, implicit bias tests. And I've definitely learned about those, and I've definitely put in a conscious effort to make sure that when I am dealing with an individual, especially when on the central board, for example, we have the ability to remove somebody from the university, and that's a power that nobody can take lightly. When we train for that, we also train to make sure that our biases don't come into effect with the case. And so that's really important to me, because everybody should have a fair shake regardless of their ethnicity, their race, their sexual orientation, their gender identity. And I think those things are all really important. So I hope I answered your question. Thanks.
It's an excellent question. I think that just by you asking the question, we're already halfway there. I understand that when I first look at a fact pattern, I'm absolutely going to, my mind's going to jump to a certain way of thinking. But by acknowledging that that's something that I do and that all of us do, I can then take a step back, think about it from a broader lens, and consider why I thought that way and what counter evidence exists. Again, when I'm looking at cases, I'm looking first and foremost at the documents and only afterwards trying to form an opinion. And so even if a certain thought pops into my head when I first look at the case pattern or thinking about the facts of the case, I hope to be able to look at the documents and then form my final conclusion, the conclusion that I think really matters most based on that interpretation, as opposed to any preconceived biases that I admit I definitely would have had going into a case. Thank you.
I think that's a very fair question to be asking. And just like Ben said, we both serve on the same board. So we have had training in this, and it is very natural for us to have our own bias and our own opinion on it. But what matters the most is the way we do choose to act upon it and the decisions we make. So just being aware of that is, as Zach said, the first step, just understanding and knowing that that's, you have your own opinion, you have your own feelings, but part of doing the job is being able to put that aside. And from my own experience on student judiciary, where we do have the power to suspend people, give them an XF in classes, expel them, it is something that when we do are looking at cases, we cannot put our own biases into that case because it is affecting the other individual. So I think having that training is something that has prepared me for these types of roles where I cannot let my own biases and my own thoughts and opinion affect a case.
Hi, yeah, so I think that is such a valid question, and I think that it is something very important that we should consider. I know for me, through like a lot of my classes, in, for example, my civicus classes and my sociology classes, implicit bias is something that we definitely tackle and work to identify within ourselves. And so I think having that experience of already like looking for and actively identifying biases that I know that I may have, I think that that's something that I have experience with, and I think something I can bring through this role. And furthermore, I'm somebody who is like relatively new to the whole SGA. So I think just by nature of being new, I kind of bring a sort of fresh perspective, open-mindedness, and that I don't necessarily have any roots or anything that I can be more impartial because I don't have that. And so I think that in terms of implicit biases, I think consciously identifying them and being aware of them as I'm looking through these documents and as I'm understanding cases, I think is going to be crucial. And I think that it's something that I think is very important. And I hope that through my experiences that I'm able to really effectively kind of subdue them and look at things fairly and impartially.
For me, this is a great question because I truly believe that the most important aspect of judicial proceedings is one's own ability to recognize their own inherent biases and then try to overlook them in the decision-making process to produce the most impartial resolution possible. Additionally, I was appointed to be a diversity and inclusion chair for my sorority. So through that, we would meet and do a lot of workshops to recognize our own inherent and implicit biases and just show the consequences that those can have on behavior and just how they influence your day-to-day. And additionally, I really think that the open nature of the Gov Board allows for open conversation, which is really going to hinder one another's biases to bleed through to the decision-making process. So I think we can all work together, again, to just produce the most impartial outcome.
So the Leonardtown representative has their hand up.
Hi. So you all have rather decent experience as justices, but none of you, to my knowledge, have ever served on the governance board before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so just based off that, I would just like to ask, how would you expect to just acclimate to the governance board, seeing how none of you have served on it before, including the new Chief Justice? And it's very interesting to me because Article 3 of the bylaws, Section 1, subsection A, Clause 1B of the SGA bylaws says one of the duties of the Chief Justice is to integrate all Associate Justices members into the governance board. But seeing how the Chief Justice themselves has never served on the governance board, I would just like to ask how that would happen. This is to all members.
Mr. Speaker, do you mind if I make a point of clarification? I don't know.
Go ahead.
My time up. Are you Well, I'll phrase it this way. No one here is being appointed for Chief Justice, if you're asking a question specifically.
Oh, okay, then take out the Chief Justice part.
Okay.
Just that on the question of experience and how are you going to integrate yourselves into the governance board?
I'll start. I think that's a great question. And I know that with anything, when there's overturn and there's new people coming in, there is a little bit of a learning curve. That's completely understandable. For me, in my past, I served as the Chief Justice of the Interfraternity Council halfway through somebody else's term because they were unable to complete theirs. Within a week or two, I had to completely familiarize myself with all of that organization's governing documents. I had to deal with cases within 2 weeks of being appointed or elected to that position. So I understand what it's like within a time crunch to have to read through governing documents and figure them out. And this is also this would be my third series of government documents that I would be learning and adapting to. This would obviously be the second most comprehensive after student rights and responsibilities. But to answer your broader question about our experience for these positions without having experience on the Gov board directly, personally, I have experience dealing with the structure, with a similar structure that the Gov board would have. So I don't think it would be a large jump for me per se. And just from my limited understanding of the other nominees as well, it really seems like everybody has the similar experience of understanding how cases work and how to focus on the details and how to be impartial. Knowing the individual documents and being able to read the Constitution, I think, is the secondary step. Having people who are of good integrity and know what they're doing in general, I think, is the most important aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you asking this question. I definitely feel that my experience interpreting governing documents, along with many, if not all, of the other appointees, I am a member of the University Student Judiciary, where I serve under the capacity of a community advocate. And that allows me to take a lot of time to understand governing documents, not just one code, but actually all 3 codes that the community advocates would have to work with. So I have a lot of experience looking at those codes and interpreting them as well. I believe, in addition to the Chief Justice, which you mentioned in the statute you quoted earlier, another person that assists and plays, I believe, an integral role of assisting in the training of new justices is that the advisor to the Gov board. And I'd be excited to begin working with him or her as soon as possible in order to make this transition as smooth as possible and hit the ground running with my experience and with their experiences. I believe that under the training of the person appointed to train us, to get us ready for this position, we would be able to do our jobs to the best of our abilities as soon as possible.
Thank you for the question. It is really fair and valid to be asking that question. And just like the 2 people before me, being on the student judiciary does give you really great exposure to reading documents, learning documents, having a prior training, and just kind of how to not only read and understand them, but apply them to cases on a case-by-case basis. So I think that it is just a matter of reading up on the material, getting familiar with it, being able to not just repeat it and regurgitate it back, but applying that on a case, which is so important in a position like this. And it is something that I personally feel very confident in doing with my prior experience. So for me, it is just a case of reading up and taking the time to go through every single part and just knowing that I understand it and that I can apply it to the best of my ability and being able to perform my job as best as I can.
Hi, thank you for your question. So I think, kind of to echo some of the sentiments that have been previously said, I think it's a lot about like transferable skills. All of us have these incredible experiences that I think have sort of trained us and prepared us for what will come. So I don't think we are a new governance board, but I think I can fairly say that we're not like going in like cold turkey necessarily. Like I think that our experiences have really developed skills that are really transferable to this position. And so I think that for me personally, like I have experience with constitutions, I have experience like looking at things closely. And I think that in the case of application, I think all of us sort of have that background, and sometimes having that ability to do so makes it a lot easier when you're coming into applying it to something new. And so I think that experience and transferable skills are going to be really key for helping us being quick learners in this environment. And I think that we've all sort of demonstrated that we can successfully do that through some of our other roles. And I think that as a group, we'll also be able to kind of like use team building and like work together to kind of really succeed as a group.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Because we all share similar skill sets without having previous exposure to the governance board in the past. I think that can really benefit us when combined with the proper training and just maintaining a collaborative work environment. Personally, with my sorority, I worked on their bylaws for our chapter, and it's just like the little exposures in like working with legal documentation, which also I was exposed to in my past internship with the financial services company, and on top of just my minor in law and society, all the casework that you read, you start to get a sense of judicial reasoning, and you start to develop your own sense of jurisprudence, as Zach said earlier. And I feel like these skills that it sounds like we all have similar that we've developed can really help us work together, and that'll make the most beneficial outcome of the Gov Board.
RQ rep.
Hi. There have been a number of proposals to protect and respect trans members and non-binary students and protect their pronouns. How will you weigh cases involving disrespect and dead naming? This is for everybody, please.
Would you mind repeating the question one more time? I heard it, but I don't think I heard the nuances of it.
So there have been a number of proposals to respect trans members and non-binary students and protect their pronouns. How will you weigh cases involving disrespect and dead naming?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure in which capacity we would specifically oversee a situation like that, but I do know from my past experiences working where in cases where people have been punched, people have been called names, people have had their identity slandered. I'm no stranger to these issues. But I think that the most important thing, especially dealing with transgender issues and just issues of identity in general, is making sure that people feel respected when they're coming in front of the board, and knowing that everybody is welcome within a given space, and that we provide a conductive atmosphere where people can be heard. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I 100% agree that it should be our goal as a governing board to make sure that everybody is comfortable with us in whatever capacity they come to us, and that we do the best that we can to make sure to respect them, just as we would respect anybody who came to the board, and to make sure that everything we do is done through the light of making sure that they have the equal representation before us, and that our actions reflect that. So I appreciate the question. And I believe this is a very important issue to be talking about. So thank you.
Of course, I agree with the people that spoke before me, and I don't want to reiterate everything they said, but anyone that comes to us should be treated with respect, because they are a member of the campus community, and they will be treated with the same level of respect regardless of their identity. And when these cases come in, it is of utmost importance to make them know that they're being heard, their thoughts and what they are talking about matters, and should be treated to every single degree of respect as just with another case.
Yeah, I think that just as everybody before me has said, like, identity is such a crucial issue, and it's something that we really have to consider so importantly. And I think that beyond just coming from a background of respect, we also have to come from a background of empathy and understanding. And kind of to go back to the implicit bias question, I think it's really important that we also consider that. And I think that it's really important that we make sure that people understand that we are coming from this background of respect and empathy, and really making sure that people feel heard. And I think that if we make that a priority, that we'll be able to tackle these issues fairly and impartially.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I believe this topic is of the most extreme importance. And I think, the Gov Board is supposed to function as an interpretation of student government's constitution. And in the preamble of that, it says that the Student Government Association serves as a representative body for all undergraduate students. And that is regardless of identity. And it's just something that we, of course, are going to live by and maintain. And personally, my work with diversity and inclusion through PHA, which is the Pan-Hellenic Association, has also given me experience about issues of identity and how to mitigate conflict that arises.
All right, thank you. So we've got another question from the Leonardtown room.
One thing, is there a limit on how many questions I can ask?
No, but we are going to set a limit to the amount of time that the justice or the appointments can answer to 1 minute each.
Okay.
So yeah, I just changed, just changing the share. And so I hope you can see the timer now floating around this guy. And I think that will be set to, what does the chair prefer? 3 minutes total for the question and all answers?
To treat fairly 1 minute each.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay, this is just a point of clarification. Reading the SGA bylaws is that the president nominates 4 associate justices and 1 chief justice. To my knowledge, I'm not too sure who would be the chief justice. Could that be clarified to me?
Yeah, Dan.
Yep, I can clarify that. We're appointing 5 justices. This was the guidance of the outgoing chief justice, and amongst themselves, they will vote for a chief justice.
Okay. But as of right now, it is unknown to the legislature who that is.
Correct. They can make an announcement after they vote amongst themselves as to who that will be.
Okay. And for my other question is that when it comes to jurisprudence, and specifically your judicial philosophy, would you, in terms of the constitutionality of an action, whether it be done by SGA or another group, do you weigh the net outcomes of said action regardless of the constitutionality of it? For example, if an action were to have a genuine net benefit for the student life, but were to be acted in direct violation of a bylaw, would that be an automatic no, or would you be able to allowing an unconstitutional act, but if it were to benefit the student populace in an enormous fashion? That's to all.
I want to thank you for that question. And I know that amongst even Supreme Court justices, this is an extremely contentious debate. I will say that personally, I believe it's your responsibility as legislators to represent the students and their views in any sort of code and any sort of constitutional amendment, things like that. And I believe that it's our responsibility as unelected people, but appointed and confirmed by yourself, to simply look at the rules and apply them. I can't be the arbiter of a situation, and I can't be the person that knows the outcomes of every single one of our decisions. So what we can do is we can look at the rules that you all have the power to change and vote on, and we apply those rules to any given situation. Personally, I don't think that it's right for me to change the will of the legislators just because I personally disagree with you. And what is better and what's good for the student populace is an ambiguous thing that I think is up to the legislature to decide.
I 100% agree with what Ben said. My understanding is that you as the legislators were chosen by us and the rest of the student body in order to represent their interests. And the way representative democracy works is that then you would be representing those interests through the laws and through the bylaws that you would pass. And so that's not my place to say what I personally believe or what I personally think would be best in my own subjective view government for the student body of the University of Maryland. Rather, I defer that power to you and only view myself as somebody whose job it is to read the bylaws, read the Constitution, read the rules of order, and make sure that everything the legislature is doing is according to those bylaws, which are able to be changed by the legislature if they believe that those bylaws are flawed. And that'll be your job to do if you see it fit and necessary.
Thank you for the question. So once again, our job is to uphold the Constitution and the laws that are set and changed by you, the legislators. We are making sure that things are being followed accordingly and that every decision that we make is being applied from the Constitution, and that we are reading it and understanding it and making sure that the decision that we make is more to make sure things are fair and that we are being impartial. And the legislators, they are receiving the thoughts and opinions of their people and their constituents, and it is our job simply to just make sure the Constitution is being followed and that everything is going by the rules. It is not our thoughts, our opinions that are being put into it. It is simply applying the Constitution. I guess I'll just go. I think that just as everybody before has said, I think that our role as should I just keep going? Time. Okay, I'm just keep going. So I think that just as everybody before me has said, I think that it's really important that our focus isn't necessarily on repercussions, but more so it's important to consider, but I think our focus has to be on if rules are being followed, and we have to focus on the documents and what they say. And I think that when we consider that and when we take that approach, that I think that the nature of the laws are going to allow for there to be more success. And so I think that just focusing on being really responsible with our choices and also making sure that we're committed to implementing those rules, I think is just going to be how we most successfully proceed.
This is a great question again. I do think posing hypothetical questions are rather difficult to answer because you never know the nuances of a case or fact pattern that you're gonna have to interpret. But with that being said, on top of that, I would never really feel comfortable saying that I would answer absolutely yes or absolutely no to something. In any case, you are going to follow the fact pattern or read the fact pattern, go through it and interpret the Constitution to the best of your ability while also considering the net effect of our decision and how that's going to affect the students.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. All right. So again, the same can be done as with the cabinet positions. It can be a motion to confirm separately or as a block. And it requires 2/3 for confirmation.
Motion to confirm as a block.
There's been a motion to confirm as a block. Are there any seconds to that motion?
Second.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, so confirmed. Congratulations. Welcome to the board. All right. All right. So now we'll move into the election of Speaker of the Legislature. Let me just walk through the process. It is linked to the agenda as well as the description for the speaker. So if you are interested, usually someone needs to nominate you. Since we're online, just like raise your hand if you're interested. Then each individual will be given the opportunity to give a 2-minute speech. Then questions to those individuals who are running will be asked, same as we've done already. Then they will leave the Zoom call and we will turn off the live stream. Debate will be set up for 10 minutes for each side. It must remain positive. There shouldn't be any slandering of any individual. It should be to build each other up. And then voting occurs when the body is ready or debate has expired. I have created a Google form which will be sent out to Ledge. Usually in person, this is done on writing on pieces of paper and putting it in a hat. Since we can't do that, the Google form is how it's going to run, and 50% is required. So I see there's a hand raise. Is that a question or a nomination?
That was a nomination, but if we're not doing that,
No, I guess we can start. Yeah. So who would you like to nominate?
the engineering rep, Ashley.
All right. Thank you. And Ellicott rep hand.
I'd like to nominate the new South Hill rep, Kisley.
All right. Are there any other nominations? You can also self-nominate. All right. In the order of the nominations, I'll ask engineering rep. You have 2 minutes for your speech. And yes, perfect.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to talk to you tonight. For those I have not gotten the chance to meet, my name is Ashley Hawkins. I'm a sophomore bioengineering major, and I've had the pleasure to serve as one of the engineering representatives since September. I'm speaking to you today with the hope to gain your support as speaker of this legislative session. I have been amazed not only by the work this organization is able to achieve, but also by the student leaders achieving it. SGA has, in turn, empowered me to work on many projects over the past year. I understand the hard work it takes to create meaningful change in this organization. This year, I have worked extensively to expand accessibility of all gender restrooms around campus. This organization has the potential to promote positive change such as this one on campus, and I have many ideas on how to most efficiently do the same internally as a legislative body. To reach our fullest potential on campus, we must unite as one student government association. We all ran with the hope to make a difference on campus and improve the lives of students. As speaker, I want to make sure we prioritize and uplift the voices of each and every legislator, whether we are on Zoom or sitting together in STAMP. Legislators, not just legislative leadership, should be involved in deciding which administrators we invite to GBM or what workshops we should have. Secondly, as speaker, I would make myself available to legislators through additional office hours. By increasing communication within the legislature, I hope to be able to address any issue that arises when they arise. These office hours will also be a way for legislators to share any comments, questions, or concerns about my leadership style. I want to be the best speaker I can, and by encouraging this communication, I hope I can achieve that. Lastly, I want to improve our legislation by setting a standard of requiring a student voice in every bill. By enforcing this, we will be held to our responsibility of representing the student body. Student voices can come in many different forms, such as an addendum of an email sent to a student group or a quote from a student on an issue they see on campus. I hope that with this effort, we not only make us better representatives, but also improve our relationship with the student body.
Thank you. All right, and South Hill rep, you also have 2 minutes.
Hello. I just joined the new legislature. It's glad to be on. Thank you for all the people and your support. I would like to mention that after a year as the legislative leadership, I have gained a lot of experience. And through this year, I've worked with the Speaker of the Legislature of the past and with various other legislators in the past whose issues I have addressed, and I've seen through the year what they want to ask and what they want to be heard about. And now I want to make this change happen as the Speaker of the Legislature, if voted in. I have some ideas of legislative staff, which is basically I would help the legislature get their own deputies who can help them have their time efficiency done well. They can help the legislators have a good productive hour. I want to work with the legislature to make sure that we have general body meetings which respect everyone's own times. I know all of you are working towards an academic goal, and that does take a priority. And I want to make sure that everyone who is a new member learns about the new legislature's rules and the other bylaws. And after this, the most important thing that I would like to work on for this year is that the diversity and inclusion aspect of legislature has always been an issue in SGA. And traditionally, this issue arises because of the recruitment efforts. And I would like to work with the recruitment retention director of next year and make sure that this issue is taken care of. And more so, all the bills that would be presented to the legislature, I would like them to go through caucuses, informal caucuses, where we can judge them for a variety of other things that would help legislature in making a decision. And at the end, I would like to say that I would like to work with all of the legislative members, new and old, and I would like to help them achieve their own goals.
Thank you. All right, so we will now take questions. You will have 1 minute for to answer the question. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Business rep.
So for these questions, are we able to direct them towards certain candidates, or is it just all across the board thing?
I think just for both of them would be most appropriate, but let's see what the question is and go from there.
Sure. My question was, what specific positions or experiences have both of you candidates have in order to prepare you into, I'm sorry, very tongue-tied, very thirsty, in order to prepare you for the position of Speaker of the Legislature?
So since this engineering rep went first, how about the South Hill rep answers first this one? We'll go back.
Thank you for the question, business representative. So I would like to point out that I was the Speaker pro tempore of the legislature last year. I worked a lot with the Speaker of the legislature. And in fact, I ended up chairing a lot of meetings towards the end of the last year where I learned more about the job itself. And after this experience gain, I am now trying to make the changes that I think was required to the legislature. And now I want to work with the legislature of this year and address their own issues and help provide them with the experience of the last year as well to make sure that it helps everyone in their own goals. Secondly, as the international student representative and as the in past year as the engineering student representative, I have worked with the bylaws a lot, and I do have about 9 years of parliamentary procedure experience, which has led me to believe that I think I can do this role very well with all my past experiences.
All right, thank you. And engineering rep, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, business rep, for this question. I have had many positions in the past that have prepared me for this, such as being on the executive board of my professional fraternity. Through that position, I resided over our meetings, and while they are definitely a lot less formal, it takes the same level of responsibility and focus to control those meetings, if not more, as they are informal, as well as positions in high school as one of the directors of our Student Government Association. I also want to be able to use this opportunity in a new position, in a new legislative body to make the changes that I said. I think by having some new points of view in that. Okay.
All right, thank you. Next, the CMNS rep.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering how both of you plan to ensure that SGA remains unified throughout the year because of the contentious issue of the outgoing president's veto and maybe still some emotions running high from previous elections. How are you going to make sure that that doesn't boil over into the next year, and to make sure that the minority feels heard at all times, and that we can all work together to really make change happen instead of creating unnecessary drama?
I'll go to the engineering rep first.
Absolutely. Thank you, CMNS rep. This is definitely one of my top priorities going into next year, as I think a lot of our work was stunted in the previous year by the unnecessary drama and the amount of focus that it requires. And so moving into this year, to make sure that we all stay focused on our responsibilities as legislators, we I will make myself available. As I said in my speech, I will have extra office hours. I will be meeting with everybody to ensure that not only are we all on the same page, but if there are issues, that they are addressed as soon as possible so that we can stay focused on what's important. In terms of making sure everybody's voices are heard, I think one of the things you were referring to, I definitely fall into the minority of, and as such have the interesting perspective and will definitely be attuned to those issues. And thank you.
South Hill representative.
Okay. Thank you for the question, CMNS representative. So I would like to point out that, yes, there are issues in the after the veto of the past president, and these are issues in the bylaws that as legislature we need to address. But I did not know that I was going to have this position today, but without even knowing about this, because I've worked on the bylaws for almost 2 years at this point, I went to the parliamentary of previous year and asked them like what all the changes can we make? Can we make already a few different documents that the legislature can look over and understand through which one suits this student body the most? And added to that, about the other thing that you mentioned, I do know a lot of people on the other side of the elections, and I have worked with them in the past, and I would love to work with them in the future as well. The selling point here for me is that I have worked with the exec board for the campaign times, and now I wish to extend that to this year.
Thank you. Archie rep.
Hi. So both of you brought up ideas or like areas in your speech on diversity and inclusion. So I really just wanted to ask you, like, why is diversity important to you?
All right, and we'll start with the South Hill representative.
Okay. So frankly, not a lot of people know this here. Hopefully they do through my accent. I am an international student, and I joined SGA in my second week in University of Maryland. It was the first organization I joined after coming to America. So I have seen the people trying to acclimate themselves to this organization. I've seen people trying to make themselves heard in this campus. And I think this is the reason why it is very important to me. And to make this accessible thing to everyone on the legislature, I think a way that I wanted to go about this is that I would like to create a kind of environment in the legislature where student groups feel free to come and talk to us about issues such as this. Usually the student groups only outreach to SGA has been for the finance stuff, but this is where I want to change that. I want to make sure that we hear people and we go to them and ask them their questions as well.
All right, thank you. And engineering rep?
Yes, thank you, RQ rep, for the question. I also definitely agree with a lot of things that the South Hill representative said, and that diversity is important. But I think that we have a unique job as legislators, that diversity needs to be even more of an emphasis as we sit here representing close to 2,000 students. Those 2,000 students vary from many different parts of the diversity spectrum. Like, I'm not going to name any groups. None is more important than the other. And as such, I think that we need to be attuned to the needs of each and every group. And so the way to do that is student outreach. As I mentioned, the implementation of a standard for bills to be written with a student concern would ensure that we are talking to students and making sure that this is issues that they see and that they want to be fixed.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Archie.
Thank you for your answers. I just wanted to bring up another question. So what will you do to make SGA a more inclusive culture?
That will first go to the engineering rep.
Absolutely. I think inclusivity starts with connections between people. And I think to best do that, especially as we are all isolated right now, is to just get to know each other so that we understand each other as people and individuals, as well as coworkers and legislators, that we have many different hats and that we need to see all of our other representatives as such. To make it more inclusive, we need to understand each other and understand the perspectives and why people believe the things they do. Disagreement and debate is very healthy, and I definitely encourage it. But to make sure that it's done in the most respectful way, we need to be sure that we understand where people are coming from.
Thank you. And South Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to increase inclusivity in this organization has been a debate for almost 2 years at this point. People have talked, is the timer on, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. So for almost 2 years of me being in this organization, I've heard that inclusivity has been an issue for people. And I think to change this, we need to start at the very core of the issue. The core of the issue is that there is always an ongoing tussle between the cabinet and the legislature. And to solve this, I've worked with past years, different directors, and helped them create and help the other members of the SGA express their voice through creating 3 to 4 different caucuses using my own work as pro temp. When these caucuses were put in place, these caucuses helped people to have a safe space where they can come and talk about their own issues and have a great dialogue. My plan with this year's legislature would be to make sure that they talk to each other in spaces where they feel comfortable. I would like to moderate people's dialogue. Thank you.
Greek residential rep.
Okay, yeah, I have a question for both candidates. So when did you realize you wanted to run for speaker, and what made you decide that you wanted to run?
I'll go first to the South Hill representative.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Greek residential representative. About me deciding to run for the speaker's position, throughout my past year, when I worked with the Speaker of the Legislature, I realized that this is a position that I see myself working into because of the experience that I'm gaining there and then. And I understand that as Speaker of the Legislature, I will have some kind of effect on legislature's internal working, which can eventually lead to a betterment for every legislator. So if I'm talking about when I decided, I don't remember the exact date, but over the working time throughout the past year, it formed my opinion whether or not I should run for this position. And after working with the speaker and after working with everyone else in the past year's legislature, I believe that I can run for the speaker's position and I can actually do some good with this position. This is how I basically came to my conclusion.
Thank you. And engineering rep.
Yes, thank you for this question. I went into the elections knowing that I wanted to run for a legislative position because I felt that I had projects that were unfinished, including things within the engineering school, and as such, I ran for that position. That was always my focus throughout the election. But after getting elected and having some reflective time over the past year, as it was a very tumultuous time within the legislature, I definitely felt that there were improvements that could be made from what I saw from all of Ledge leadership last year in different ways that we could have improved morale. And as such, I knew that this was a position I wanted to run for because I think that by having my voice as speaker, I will be able to make the environment necessary for the most productive legislature.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I would politely ask both of you representatives to please leave the Zoom call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, please, comms. I am gonna dip, and good luck with the rest of the year, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for sharing. Oh, he left. Okay.
Make co-host.
Oh no, you're still there. Bye, Davey.
It's a slow
Okay.
exit. Slow exit. It's been 3 years. It's a slow exit. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your evening.
Bye, Davey.
Thanks so much, David.
David.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to first. Okay, there are gonna be. Yeah. First, I would like to thank all of the legislature. Thank you all, and engineering rep. Thank you for all your support and like all the work we did last year. And I would like to keep working with you throughout the next year as well. And now we'll move into the election of the speaker pro tempore. We'll be following the same procedure as laid out by the past speaker. Hopefully, so basically, I would ask anyone who wants to nominate themselves to represent to raise their hands, or otherwise, if someone else wants to nominate someone other, raise your hand as well. In the participants chat.
I would like to nominate the business rep Hunter.
Thank you, agriculture representative. Creek residential rep.
I'd like to nominate the South Campus Commons rep Gabby.
Thank you, Creek residential rep. Seeing that there have been 2 people nominated, are there any more nominations? Seeing none, I'll clear the board and we'll start with, I don't have host access still. Mr.
I believe I can grant that, yes. Give me a second, I'm sorry. Where is that? Oh, I see. Make a co-host.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. So, okay. Then we'll move into the speeches. In the order of the nominations were made, business rep, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't already know me, my name is Hunter Petit. I'm a rising junior information systems and government and politics double major from Hyattsville, Maryland. This past legislative session, I served as the SGA representative to the Robert H. Smith School of Business after being appointed in February. And I was really excited to be reelected in this most recent election with you guys. And I apologize if I wasn't able to personally reach out to each and every one of you, but I'm very happy that I was able to personally reach out to the vast majority of you to share my vision for the next school year and what I would do if you were to elect me as your pro temp. So, you know, I have a full platform that goes into depth and with everything that I will send later, but I have 3 main goals with becoming pro temp for this coming school year. The first one is improved outreach and accessibility to the student body. I think that, you know, it's very, very important for us to make sure that we are representing the student body because we are the representatives. The main goal of a legislator is to stand for their constituency and not just to stand for them. I think we are not able to make proper decisions, you know, representing our constituency if we're not properly conducting outreach with them. This is why I have, you know, a multitude of various plans that I would like to enact if I were to become pro temp to help ensure that we are doing more outreach to the student body. We want them to, of course, come to us, but we should also be coming to them as well. My second platform idea is for increased intuitive support for new legislators. I understand what it's like just be thrown in a meeting when you're a new legislator, you don't know what's going on. I have a program that I hope to create with the speaker and whoever the director of recruitment and retention will be to essentially assure there is ongoing support for new legislators and anyone else who's joining SGA to make sure that they have the tools they need to succeed. And then my third main goal is for a more streamlined committee appointment system, because as you may know, the Speaker Pro Temp is the one who deals with the committee appointments. I would like to be a resource for all of you with regards to the committee appointments and ensuring that you are able to get, you know, the committee you want, but also the committee that connects with your goals and what you want to do with your constituency. Please consider supporting me. Thank you.
South Campus Commons representative, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Gabby Aarons. I am a rising senior criminal justice and criminology major, minoring in human development, and I served the past 2 semesters as the South Campus Commons representative and was very proudly reelected. First thing I want to say is to everyone who's old and who's new, I am so happy to be here, and I'm so happy all of you are here. Because even in times of strife and chaos, I really value what we do here, and it's so important. My position in SGA to date has taught me the importance of collaboration, of understanding, of perseverance through good and bad, and of using our chairs here to grow in each of these skills as individuals, as well as the one unified body that is SGA. But most importantly, I've learned that we're here as much for one another as we are for the students that we represent. And I promise to serve in this position of leadership as a figure of trust, of constant and efficient communication, of open-mindedness, and to always see the opinions and endeavors that all of you are definitely going to make. The difference that we have the power to make here is unique, and it has infinite potential if tapped into correctly. I want to ensure that all of you are given the environment that is best fit for you to reach your brightest potential, whatever that may be. I will work passionately to make this organization a safe, inclusive, and listening place, fit not just for the old members or the new ones, but the future ones, and the ones who don't even know we exist yet. For the constituents who look to us to be fair and organized and representative of each of them and of what we want our UMD to be moving forward. I will work with anyone and everyone. I will work with anyone and everyone to make SGA a place of internal communication, external outreach, and a place that provides the platform for campus-wide betterment and achievement that I know we have all been brought together here to see. I'm really excited to work with you all, and I'm just happy to be here. So thank you.
Are there any questions for either of the two nominees? Feel free to raise your hands. Agriculture rep, is this a raised hand from the previous nomination or?
No, it is a question. My question is, seeing as the pro temp appoints representatives to the very important Committee of Financial Affairs, how do you plan on reassuring that those you appoint are the most qualified?
Is it me first or?
I think we'll go in the order of nominations again.
Sure. Okay, so thank you for the question. I think that it's very, as you said, the Committee on Financial Affairs is very important because it's the committee that distributes all of the student activities fee, over $1 million. And I'm happy that I was a part of the Committee on Financial Affairs during my time in the past legislative session. And I hope to continue to be a part of that committee, this coming legislative session, regardless of what happens in this election. And I think it's very important to have a person who is appointing these people to this very important position who know the ins and outs of that position, who knows exactly what needs to be done and what work is needed, what workload is regarding everything that goes with finance, because it's such a heavy, finance heavy position. And I think that it's important to remember that I have served on the Finance Committee for a number of months. I have been there for all of the deliberations, hours and hours and hours of voting on bills, looking through bills. I think it's very important to have someone who's able to see that in someone and someone who's able to, see who's best qualified for those positions.
South Campus Commons representative.
Awesome. Thank you again for the question. And first, I want to thank the business representative for having worked on the Finance Committee, because I know it is a very long and interesting job, and I have not served in that position yet. However, as someone who has not served on finance and who has served only on legislative and through committees and through student groups, I think that having a pro temp who does not have the experience of finance is imperative to kind of bridging the gap that has always existed between the Finance Committee and legislature. I have sat through so many GBMs where so many people don't really know what's going on during the finance reports or don't really know what the process for the Finance Committee is. And I'm looking forward to working with Kane, the new CFO, to kind of get his input on how he wants to bridge that gap as well, because I've seen that there is a gap and I think there's a lot that can be done there. And I'm excited to bring a new perspective to that. Thank you.
We'll move to the next question. Are you Rep Matt? Go ahead.
Hi. So basically, I just want to ask you this: what identities define you the most?
We'll go with South Campus Commons representative first.
Okay, that's an awesome question. I like that a lot. I'd like to think obviously there's a lot of things that define me, but the things that stick out to me, one is being a female in a criminal justice and government major, because that's often not a female-led field. And I like to be someone who sticks out in the places that I am. And I think in that sense, I definitely am. I'm also a member and leader in my sorority and in the Greek community as a whole. I have multiple positions in Order of Omega, and I like to think that I'm defined by the confidence and the drive to try things that I never have before. A lot of people who know me would say that they have never expected to see me in a sorority or in student government or things like that. And I think the way I like to define myself is someone who will do the things you don't expect and who will reach for things that other people might undermine or not think that they could do. And I like to think that I'm outgoing and communicative and excited to try anything in that way. So thank you.
Before we move to business rep, South Campus Common Representative, I'd like to politely ask you, can you switch off your notifications?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Business rep, go ahead.
Sure. So thank you for the question. That's an amazing question. I think it's a question that goes very much with what we are dealing with during our time in SGA, because, you know, SGA has such a negative reputation among those who are under, you know, who are a part of underrepresented minority groups here at UMD, and so does the university. I would like to say that I am, you know, obviously, quite obviously, I'm Black. I go to the University of Maryland, a predominantly white school. I'm in the SGA, and I'm an information systems major, as well as government and politics, but, you know, an information systems major. And I think, you know, I've used parts of my identity and also in consulting with others of my constituents to turn that into actual legislative action. For example, I passed a bill this last session to have the university administration apply for a program through the NSA that will provide scholarships, internships, and other structural support to underrepresented minorities in STEM, because I have personal experience through being through multiple STEM programs that never were fully funded or never had the opportunity to, you know, have the students succeed. So I'd like to continue that.
Thank you, business representative. We'll move to the next question. Off-campus outlying representative.
Hi, so I have a question for both of you guys. So what are everyone has been talking about, you know, improving communication and outreach between SGA and student groups and just the student body in general. What are your guys' plans to increase representatives' outreach and accessibility to their constituents? I'm gonna be
Okay, we'll start with the business representative on this.
Sure. You know, increasing outreach and accessibility to the student body, and, you know, especially with representatives, especially new representatives who do not have experience in SGA or experience necessarily with reaching out to people that you don't know, or people that, you know, you're able to provide something for them in your role, but, you know, you don't really understand how to explain that. I think that, you know, one of the biggest roles of the pro temp is to, you know, deal with office hours and stuff like that. And I think that it's important for us to do more than just office hours in the SGA office. I was one of the first representatives to exclusively hold my office hours directly in the school that I represent. And that was a way to ensure that my constituents weren't just coming to me, but I was coming directly to them. In addition to that, I have other specific ideas in order to help ensure that. I like to continue what we started this past semester with allowing representatives to go into their community and do events in order to, you know, supplement their office hours, and any other intuitive ideas that anyone were to come up with. I would love to help them see that through.
Thank you, business representative. Let's go to the South Campus Commons representative.
Awesome. Thank you for the question, off-campus outlying. I know for all of you who know me, I preach constituency outreach so much because I think it's so fun. And I just love meeting people and talking. But for me, in the past semesters that I've served as the South Campus Commons representative, I have learned the brutal truth that students most likely won't talk to us when it's inconvenient for them. And I know it's like hard to understand because we do have our office hours, but I've learned that the best way to make our resources able for students to contact is just when it's convenient for them. Last year, as the business rep said, tried holding my office hours in the South Campus Commons leasing office. And within that day, I got so many constituents coming up to me, just not knowing that I was directly related to administration, thinking that SGA is this outlying club on campus. It's important to let people know that we are in constant communication with the administration, and that we are a valuable resource to them in that way.
Thank you, Campus Commons representative. We'll move to the next question with Greek residential representative.
Hi, yes, for both you. I had a question. Hold on. Okay, so what is one initiative that you are most proud of throughout your SGA career?
We'll start with South Campus Commons representative.
Awesome. Thank you for the question. A lot of people know this, but I joined SGA to push the mental health first aid initiative, which I have been working on when I was in the health, as I started in the health and wellness committee before my appointment. And going through the almost 9-hour training myself, I realized how much valuable information is involved in that. And I was so happy to be in a position to bring that training to students on this campus. But once I did that, I realized that there's so much more we can do as a legislature. And since I have brought that training to campus, I've worked even harder to push that training for residence assistants in all of the residence halls. And since we've been home from campus in this time, I have pushed to virtualize that mental health first aid training and give it to professors who now have to learn to communicate with their students in an online environment. I would definitely say mental health first aid training is something I'm so proud that I've had the ability to work on with so many current and past legislators. And it's something that I'm not giving up, and I'm excited to keep working with it. Thanks.
Business representative, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the question. And I do have like different initiatives that I've passed through SGA during my time, but there are two specific ones that I'm the most proud of. The first one was the bill that I had where essentially I had the SGA Governmental Affairs Committee, which is the committee that lobbies in Annapolis for various laws that affect students. I had them go and lobby on behalf of the Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III law. And if you're not familiar with the story of Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III, quick background, he was the Bowie State African-American student who was on campus here visiting his friends, and he was brutally murdered by one of a UMD white supremacist student who did not receive he didn't receive the hate crime under the murder. And you know, through this bill right here that we were able to pass and that was eventually signed by the governor, this essentially expands the hate crime statute to include any forms of hate in that, and that would have classified that as one of those. Additionally, my other one that I think I'm very proud of is when I worked directly with the student body president, the vice president of finance, to have $65,000 of the SGA funds be donated to the Student Crisis Fund as a result of the pandemic.
Thank you, business representatives. We'll move to the next question. BSOS representative, Claire.
Hello. So I have a question for both of you, and it's seeing that Speaker Pro Temp is a key component of a well-functioning legislator. What are your specific plans and tangible goals beyond your generic goals as Speaker Pro Temp if you were to acquire the position? Additionally, have either of you made any attempt to reach out to previous Speaker Pro Temps in order to get information and insight on the position?
We'll start with the business representative on that one.
Sure. So to address your first question, as I outlined in my platform, specifically regarding increasing intuitive support for new legislators, I want to start a new program called the RALPH program. And RALPH would stand for Representative Active Leadership and Productivity Hub. That was a very, very hard name to come up with. It took literally hours. But I'm very happy that we were able to finally come up with that. But essentially that program would provide continued support to representatives apart from just the retreat we have once per semester, which is great, but you know, not as great when you're sitting in a room with everyone for 5 hours and stamp. So I think having continued support for new legislators through different, you know, structures of SGA, I think that's very important. And regarding reaching out to previous pro temps, I had reached out to Kisley because I know that he did a lot of work during one of the most busiest and craziest legislative sessions that we've known in terms of like, you know, the SGA. And he gave me lots of good insight into, you know, how to prepare for this role.
Thank you, business representative. We'll move to South Campus Commons.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much for the question. For the first part of that, I just want to say, I think it's we are all part of a very high stress environment being part of SGA. And every day, every time we're debating something, we're always thinking, who do we represent? Who do we represent? And we all have our constituents' bodies who we look out for. But I think it's so important to realize that we go to UMD too, and we are also students, and we are all each other's representatives. And as a leadership position on Ledge, I really want to push for people to speak about what's important to them rather what they think they should talk about. I think a lot of people turn to what do their constituents need, which is very important, but we're constituents also. And I think we have to protect ourselves as well, and that's very important. I've worked with Kisley in the past year, and I love him so much. He's helped me reach out to a lot of organizations I never would have in the past, and he really taught me the importance in this organization of trying things I never have before. So I thank him for that.
Thank you, South Campus Commons representative. We'll move to the next question. Are you representative? Go ahead.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, so I am a performing arts major. And so something that really surrounds my day is creativity. So what really makes you creative in your daily life?
We'll start with the South Campus Commons representative. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Awesome major, totally my dream major, but I'm not talented. But I think things that make me creative are, I revolve a lot of my life around music. Some people here know that I play a wide variety of instruments and compete using a wide variety of instruments. And one of the things that gets me through my day, which might sound weird, but I love it, is I kind of have playlists for everything that I do all the time. And I think it's important that even though we go through stressful times and unprecedented situations, there's always light somewhere in the world. And I find that in music, and I'm excited to work with a lot of people who find that light in different ways. Especially now while we're home and we don't really know what's going to happen next, I find myself able to keep moving forward and keep myself motivated by discovering new art forms, different types of music, different genres of music or movies or TV shows that I never have before. And I think art just plays such an important role in people's lives, especially in dark times like now. And I'm excited to find what that light is for other people. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, South Campus Commons representative. Business rep.
Thank you so much for the question. And I agree with the South Campus Commons representative that, arts and everything surrounding it is a very important component in, almost everyone's life. Me specifically, some people can attest to this. I sing very, very badly, but I sing. And it's not really that good. And honestly, I mean, you guys may see me like doing that if you like walk into a room early and I'll just immediately stop because I'm embarrassed. But it's a good way to, blow off some steam, a good way to express yourself. I think another way that I try to express myself is essentially through, having discussions with others and debates and other things like that. I love to have my thoughts challenged. I love to have all of my ideas challenged, and I love to, challenge others' thoughts and ideas as well. And that's something that, I would incorporate into the role of pro temp. And that's something that I, really have tried my best to ensure that I am able to take criticism very well. And so those are my two things.
Thank you, Business Representative. I think that finishes all the questions. I would clear the board. If anyone has any more questions, they can raise their hands. Seeing none, I'll ask the business rep and South Campus Commons representative to leave the call, and we'll let you guys back in right after. Well, let's move into a period of debate now. So I obviously wasn't here for the first debate, so I don't know how the previous speaker did this, but I would ask, okay, so is there anyone who would like to take the floor for the business representative?
I can.
Agriculture representative, and is anyone who would like to take the floor the votes have been tabulated, and business representative will be the next speaker pro tempore. Congratulations, and thank you for the good debate, everyone. We'll have the last thing to be, okay, election for the coordinator of recruitment retention. We would ask people to switch off their themselves because there's a bit of an issue. And now I'll clear the board and we'll go ahead and nominate yourselves or nominate someone who you would like to have.
Are directors allowed to nominate, or I assume not?
No, directors are not.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Can I nominate the delegate representative?
Thank you, off-campus neighboring representative. And seeing there are no other candidates, I would just give our delegate representative a chance to give her 2-minute speech, and after that, we'll take a vote on it.
Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Naya Stewart. I'm a rising sophomore. I'm a government and politics major with a concentration in international relations. In the past year, I've served also as the delegate representative. And when it comes to R&R, recruitment and retention, this means that I've had a year of seeing how the position has succeeded and also failed. And I've also been through the recruitment process, and therefore I know how it feels to be applying as a member of SGA. So when it comes to recruitment, I really want to further streamline the application process, making the online forms more accessible, easier to take, have better questions. And I also want to share and spread the word about open positions, committee times, and more opportunities when it comes to SGA with student groups, especially with a focus on marginalized communities, because diversity and inclusion in this organization has been a problem in the past. And I want to continue to work on our outreach with freshmen, because I think we need fresh ideas and fresh voices. I was a freshman last year, and I know that not a lot of people know what SGA is as freshmen. When it comes to retention, I really believe that this part of the coordinator's job exists for you all and the legislator as a whole. And therefore, I really want a lot of input and feedback about what you all want, especially when it comes to retention events. Through events, I want to build a sense of community and togetherness, because we're now one SGA with one goal, and that's to make campus a better place. And I also want to be a resource. I want the SGA experience to be as enjoyable as possible, and that's why I put my phone number in Slack. I'll be constantly available to talk about anything and everything that deals with or does not deal with SGA. That's it.
Thank you, delegate representative. We will have a vote. Seeing there were no 2 participants running, we were not able to create a form. So I would appreciate, I'll enable the chat, and everyone can privately message me with their votes.
Okay.
Go ahead. And delegate rep, I would ask you to not vote following the standard procedure.
Got you.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, do you need a form here?
Mr. Parliament, thank you, but I think we'll be set with just private voting through messages.
Okay, thank you. If that works, that's fine.
Could you clarify how we're submitting votes?
You can submit the votes over Slack, or if you would like to submit it over the Zoom group chat, that works as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Wait, my chat feature is disabled.
Okay, I can check that. This is probably a setting which was fixed by the previous speaker. Can definitely. Okay, I think it's back up. Seeing that we have reached a majority, Delegate Rep, congratulations. You will be the next recruitment retention coordinator.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all for bearing with us. It has been a long meeting. Just a few more things to go. Finance committee appointments.
Yes. Good. Finally. So first, just going to quickly introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Kane Zambelli. I'll be your CFO for the next year. I'm excited that I'm at the first general body meeting with all of you. I'm sure we all want this to go as fast as possible, so I'll get right to my appointments. For the sake of organization and the fact that these are very different positions, the two categories, I'm going to read out all my finance committee positions, and then we vote on that, and then I'm going to read out the chief auditor. So as returning committee members, I'll be appointing and hoping you guys will approve Sayaka, Shruti, and Matt Sherman, who you should see on the attached bio sheet on the agenda. As returning members of the Finance Committee, I'll be reappointing them. Each of them has pulled more than their own weight on the Finance Committee over the past year, and they deserve to be reappointed for the upcoming year. Sayaka is unable to be here right now, I believe, because she has a meeting of something else that's kind of time sensitive, so I don't know if she's here now because it's 10:40. And then my other appointment would be Visaka Kenna as the deputy to the chief financial officer. She's put in a lot of work in the finance committee this year, and she definitely deserves the position. She can't be with us right now because she's taking a final. At this point, I'm not sure if it's over, so she might be here, but probably not. But I would highly encourage you guys to confirm her appointment anyways. As of now, I'll open up the floor to any questions you may have.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we able to delay the appointments until they're able to be here? Like to another meeting?
Yes, we are technically allowed to motion to table the appointments.
I would like to motion to table the appointments.
Would you like to table all the appointments, or would you just like to table the ones who are not currently present here?
The ones who are not currently present.
Would CFO look favorable on that?
Sorry?
Yeah. Are you fine with that?
Me, I would oppose that for the reason that these are all reappointments for the most part. These are people that have been on the committee over the past year, and I can more than verify to their the fact that they're more than qualified.
Okay, Mr. Parliamentarian, in case of finance appointments, is debate a possibility?
Debate is inevitably a possibility on confirmations. I assume the motion is to confirm as a block, and I assume then that could be countered and objected to.
Okay.
So yes.
So engineering representative, I would suggest that in terms of parliamentary procedure, you will object to the this confirmation, and then we can from there onwards you can talk about it, and we can figure it out from there, and we can see what the results leads to. Are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, engineering representative. So if there is so are you objecting, engineering representative?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move into a period of debate with Mr. Parliamentarian. I think the time would be 10 to 10.
This would be 10 on each.
Yes. And the positive floor, affirmative floor would be taken by the chief financial officer. The negative floor would be taken by the engineering representative. Okay, with that affirmative floor, would you like to seek time?
Is that me? Assumably.
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, I will is it yield as much time as I will consume.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So the reason that we need to do these appointments now is because I need each of these committee members to be doing a lot of work over the summer as well, in terms of getting things arranged for the upcoming finance committee, in terms of making some decisions. This is something that I really can't push off, and we as an SGA can't do it. We have to set the calendar for the upcoming year as fast as possible so that student groups actually know when the budget deadlines are before the fact, and I need these committee members appointed to actually do that. I need to set up office hours over the next course of the year. I need to have them reach out to different student groups in order for us to get their opinions on any reformations in terms of the finance process. This is simply a process that I can't put off, and I would highly recommend us delaying the appointments because all it's going to do is put the finance committee and the SGA, as well as possible finance bills over the summer, very far behind. I yield my time to the engineering representative.
No, you have three options from there. If anyone wishes to speak on your side, you can yield it to them, or you can reserve your time, or you can yield it back to the chair. If you yield it back to me as the chair, you would not be able to speak again.
Okay, so I will reserve my time.
Thank you, Chief Financial Officer. We'll go to the engineering representative. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I seek to yield as much time as I may consume. I just think that it is, sorry, can we get the clock to run, parliamentarian? Thank you. I just think that it's irresponsible to appoint people to handle over $1 million without being able to reasonably question them to ensure that they are doing so with the utmost responsibility and with the utmost honor. I think that having people do this before doesn't necessarily mean that they are fit to do it again. I would like to know what their schedule is like, what other commitments they have. I know finance committee is a great responsibility. It is also a paid position, and I think that it is reasonable that I wish to speak to them, as well as the fact that it is close to 11 p.m. at night, and if they're not willing to show up to their own appointment, I think that just shows to their ability and commitment to this position. And I yield the floor back to the speaker.
Okay. Thank you, engineering representative. I would like to ask, would the affirmative floor still be speaking?
Yeah, I'll yield to as much time as I consume. Considering that the engineering representative pointed out that them not being here is representative of how committed they are to the position, I would even personally recommend them to prioritize taking a final or attending meetings in class over being at this to get appointed. I don't really understand the correlation between them taking a final and missing this as a show of the fact of them not being committed. That doesn't make any sense to me. Finance committee meets Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and these are all members who have been at more than 67% of all over 120 hours of committee hearing or of deliberations over the course of the year. So it's very clear that all these individuals are qualified and committed to the positions. I will yield my time to anyone who wishes to speak on my behalf, I believe.
Lennertown representative, are you willing to?
Point of inquiry, could I just ask the CFO questions? Is this
Yeah,
these are factual questions. You can ask with a point of information. Yes.
Okay. This is just about the finance committee, and as like the CFO, could you just talk about a little bit more on how you're going to work with student groups to simplify the finance process? As I'm sure you're well aware, student groups that know the finance process the best tend to get most of the money, and that's just the way it is. And something we're all trying to do within SGA is make that money distributed more equitably among student groups. And something that was even proposed are caps. Could you just talk about those things and how, as CFO, you'd like to like work with those issues?
I would like to stop it here. Lenaton representative, I will call it out of order considering this is irrelevant to the discussion at hand, whether to members.
That is something I would love to answer, not right now.
I would suggest that the chief financial officer discusses it with the Lenaton rep informally. And, so seeing that, chief financial officer, would you, if I don't see anyone's hand to take time from you, what would you like to do with your time?
I'll reserve my time, I suppose.
Would you like? So the engineering rep has already yielded her time.
Oh, okay. Then I'll yield my time to the chair.
Okay. Seeing both the times have been yielded back to me, we'll move into a period of voting whether or not to confirm these members. And these can be open votes, so there will not be a form sent out. Feel free to check yes, green, or click no, red. Here, yes will be referring to confirming the appointments, and red will be referring to not confirming. Go ahead.
Point of information.
Yes.
With a vote of no, that doesn't mean that these people can be re-suggested for appointment at a later date, correct?
If the confirmation is basically if the no's have it right now, the confirmations can be re-suggested later on, but they will not be appointed as of right now. That's
the point. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, engineering rep. There are a few more votes to come across. Agriculture rep, arts and humanities rep. I see a few people are sending their votes in through Slack or chat, but you are allowed to publicly vote on this. I guess if you go into the participants side, click on participants, and you will have option to click on either green yes or red no. Undergraduate studies representative. So there are a few more responses, but I think these people have left the call, I guess, or are not active right now. If you are, please vote. I'll call the votes in next 5 seconds. And okay, seeing that the percentage is more than 66%, the motion carries and the appointments are confirmed. I would suggest that since these finance appointments were not here, I would like them to come back and tell the ledge about their initiatives and the things that they want to do. But as of now, they are confirmed. Thank you, Chief Financial Officer.
All right. And then there was the one last appointment that I wanted to do, that I wanted a separate vote for. So because it's a very different instance.
Are they not the finance committee members?
No, those were the finance committee members. Now I want to appoint the chief auditor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Parliamentarian, can you? Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So my last appointment will be Benjamin Cohen as the chief auditor. He's been this year's vice president of financial affairs, and he's treated his position like a full-time job. This position would entail him being in charge of the audit committee, which at the current moment barely exists. Ben's the perfect person to turn the committee into fully functional arm of the SGA, and the committee should be ensuring, or this committee should be ensuring that the money delegated by the finance committee is being spent properly. But as of now, due to a lack of human resources, the committee has seen limited operating capacity throughout the year. So by appointing Benjamin Cohen as the chief auditor, we can be sure that the committee will receive strong leadership and will be guided in the direction of becoming more functional. I open the floor to any questions you may have for him, but would strongly encourage you confirm his appointment.
Before that, Chief Financial Officer is Benjamin Cohen here.
He should be.
Hello, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, we would like to give you some time to explain your bio and talk about your reasons.
Sure. So as y'all can see, and y'all can probably hear from my accent, I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Y'all may remember me from the GBMs, always saying, hey, y'all, being the Vice President of Financial Affairs. This year, I kind of want to, I feel like I did a lot of good work last year on making the process a little bit better, including a lot more discretionary guidelines so student groups knew exactly what we were asking for. I want to do the exact same with the audit process. How many of y'all, actually I can't really see, so I guess I can't ask that question. But a lot of people don't know much about the Committee on Audit and Review. It's kind of one of these shadow committees that doesn't get a lot of attention, and I think that's kind of an issue. It's a very powerful committee. It reviews, it has jurisdiction over recognition, so if student groups are funding eligible or not, in addition to if they've misused funds. I want to make sure that the process is as transparent as possible. I want to make sure that groups know when they're being audited, if the rules make sure that say that they should be. I want the audit process to be transparent, especially from the legislative perspective. There's kind of it's a closed committee per the bylaws, regardless of what version you use. So legislators are unfortunately not allowed, and I cannot change that. But I would want to provide reports regularly, as I'm allowed to do in the bylaws. I would definitely be talking with the Chief Financial Officer all the time and trying to make sure that there's as much transparency in this process, in that we're making sure that this money is being used appropriately and responsibly. Yeah. I'll take questions.
Are there any questions for the nominee? Leonard Town Representative, go ahead.
Hi. So as the auditor, and I'm seeing that you would like to see the role of chief auditor and the audit committee itself expanded. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So as to that, could you talk a little bit more on how you try to bring more accountability and have a better working relationship with legislators and keeping legislators more informed about what you're doing?
Certainly. So the first thing I think we need to do is we need to kind of have different teams on audit. I saw in the Sexual Misconduct Prevention Committee last year, they had breakout groups that really handle different things. Audit is in charge of a whole bunch of different really important things, and having everybody focus on one thing at a time really slows the process down. I think by bringing that reform and doing breakout groups, smaller teams, maybe someone dealing with recognition and then someone dealing with financial accountability, the two different sides of that coin, we can kind of speed up that process. In addition, I would look to increase the amount of reports given by the audit committee. Last year there were 0. The year before that, I believe there was 1. I would look to be doing it at least at the end of every semester. I would think it should be much more often than that, with due respect to student group privacy and everything. But just constant communication. Also, plenty of people from last year remember me always being in the office. I wouldn't have my own office anymore, but I would still want to hang out all the time and get to know y'all. get to know all the legislators. I'd hold office hours myself if there wasn't a conflict of interest. Just trying to bridge that divide. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if there are any more questions, feel free to raise your hand. Business rep, go ahead.
How do you think your role as vice president of finance last school year, well, this, legislative session that ended like last week, how do you think that your role there is going to play a part in your role as chief auditor?
So I think my experience on the finance committee, really seeing a ton of seeing the process from the inside, seeing what all the rules are, seeing some of the things that we say, and then looking at certain spending habits and looking at how money is not being spent. I got that like from bird's eye view last year, but due to time constraints, there are only so many hours in a week, and I unfortunately am still a student. I was not able to like look at it as hard as I wanted to and examine that. I think having the experience I do, I'm not going to have as steep of a learning curve. I think I'm going to be able to jump right in and like spend this summer, if confirmed, I'll be able to have basically like a structure set up so that day one, we're able to actually start looking at past financial data, making sure that the money is being taken care of correctly.
Thank you. Business representative, are there any more questions?
Yeah, last question. As you know, like lots of the money that is allocated to student groups go unspent each year. So as your role in chief auditor, how would you ensure that like money is not going unspent, can actually be spread out to various groups so that the money won't just go unused?
So a perfect, I don't want to say allegory, but like a perfect example of this is, I believe 2 years ago, maybe 3, there was a group that was routinely requesting more money, saying that there were going to be, if they were going on a trip, they would say that 50 people were going to go on that trip, so that because of the caps, they could request more money. And then when it came time to actually pay for that trip, only 5 people would go, or 10 people would go. And so what would happen then is that they would get all of this money from the finance committee, and then when SORC went to pay for that, they could only take out the capped amount. So all of that money would be sitting in that account for the rest of the fiscal year. What audit could do is come in and say, hey, I mean, if one group does it one time, that's not a big deal. Everyone makes mistakes and everyone's rounding. But what audit can do is, if you're exhibiting a pattern of behavior of taking that money and doing that, and we can look at the records from TerpLink and OrgSync before that, we can say you're exhibiting a pattern of behavior of misallocating the student activities fee, of giving faulty information, and then we can bring that before the legislature and say, hey, look at this, we need to take some corrective action, and then give a list of recommendations as to what that might be. Does that answer the question? I get excited about this stuff.
Yes.
Thank you, business rep. There's one more question by the CMS representative. Josh, go ahead.
Hi. So I was doing my due diligence and I was reading the governance board decisions recently. It seems like you've had some issues in the past with maintaining accurate records. So do you believe this will impede your ability to be auditor, a job that requires really strict, accurate records keeping?
So I'm not quite sure to which governance board decision you're referring, but I believe that I will do a great job at auditing, at ensuring that everything is, that groups are being held accountable. As the Committee on Accountability, or as shown by my work, all of the reports that I've done to the legislature last year, I keep excellent records of the money that was spent last year. I was basically acting as the treasurer for the SGA last year. I know exactly how to keep the financial records, how to ensure that the ledger is up to date. I've also worked extensively with SORC Finance in the past to ensure that we are reporting all of the money that we need to. So I do believe that I would kind of like to respectfully disagree with the premise of your question, and say that I believe that I have done a great job keeping records, and I will continue to do a great job if elected.
Can I clarify my question?
Yes, go ahead, but yeah, go ahead.
I was referring specifically to the governance board case involving the business representative, in which he wasn't provided as much money as he arguably could have been allocated based on his finance committee participation.
I would like to point that out that these are things that were discussed previously by the last year's legislature. So this is not something that is applicable to this discussion, but I would say, yes, if Benjamin Cohen feels that they would like to answer this, go ahead.
So in regards to that specific case, I'm not entirely sure how much I'm at liberty to discuss because I know it was an ethics and accountability case. I will just say that there was a lot of confusion between me and the previous year's speaker about what was supposed to happen because the honoraria was a new thing just that year. I did not realize in the bylaws that it would be my responsibility to advocate on behalf of my committee members. Of course, that ended up being the way it is, and I made sure in my transition that that would not happen again. Hopefully the CFO can vouch for that. But I believe that I've talked with the business representative. I hope there's no ill blood there. And I do believe that that situation has been rectified.
Again, back to the point of seamless representative, the only reason I called that out was because I'm not sure how much are we at the liberty to discuss the ethics part of the process. And I still have to have my meeting with the previous speaker. So once I learn, I will let you know how much are we allowed to question the things from the past.
Point of clarification, if I may.
Point of clarification about any of your statements?
Well, I didn't make any, but is that how that works? It has to be the person who made the statement. Well, I'm just correcting.
No, you can correct any factual information, but I was just.
I'm providing factual information here. This governance board ruling was posted to the SGA website, so all of the facts of the case are made public. So I would think if it's on the internet, maybe it's like we can talk about it. And it was my case as well, so I think I'm able to speak on this. But regarding this, I personally have no ill will towards the chief. I'm sorry.
Business rep, I would say if are you done with the point of clarification part of it? Because
okay, yes, I will. I believe that essentially was a situation where there was more confusion about the rules and not really of someone not following them, I would say.
Thank you, business rep. And saying that, there is a hand raised from the South Campus Commons representative. Go ahead.
Hi. So one of the questions I wanted to ask, I just can't really shake it from my mind. Something that's going on, the discussion that's happening a lot right now regarding the former president's veto on the omnibus package. Specific regarding a lot of the finance decisions that were made that affect a lot of student groups. Most, if not all of the student groups that were affected by that had openly stated that they were not reached out to by anyone on the finance committee or by legislators in general. And knowing that finance decision is definitely in your realm of knowledge, I would just like to know what maybe prevented you from reaching out to those student groups. And will that happen in the future? I think it's just
I would say I want to just take this discussion considering this question was just about whether the person is credible for the job of chief auditor. If you don't think they are, you can object to that and we can move into a period of debate. I think, in my opinion, it's very, you are basically on the border of debate right now. Would you like to rather go into debate, South Campus representative?
No, that's fine.
But I would highly suggest that Ben and South Campus representative, you can meet informally and discuss this out. And if then we'll move into, I'll take any motions to confirm the chief auditor or motions to not confirm. Yes.
Motion to confirm.
To confirm, CFO.
Yeah.
Sorry.
CFO.
Oh, yeah. Motion to confirm.
Well, we'll go ahead with the confirmations. All the green ticks are confirmation for the chief auditor. All red crosses are to not confirm the chief auditor. Go ahead, make your votes.
In the parliamentary procedure,
Yes.
if there are no objections, isn't he just confirmed?
So confirmations apparently brought, I think the ex-parliamentarian from last year brought to me was 2/3. So I want to keep that count.
All right.
Okay. With the vote of 20 to 7 to 1, the confirmation carries through. Benjamin Gunn, you're appointed as the next chief auditor.
Thank you all very much.
Chief financial officer. Final
Yep.
thing on the
All right.
agenda.
Moving on. The next order of business is the discretionary guidelines. So, as per tradition, kind of, apparently the legislature forgot to do this last year and the year before, but in our bylaws, the legislature needs to each year reconfirm all of the discretionary guidelines for the previous year. The discretionary guidelines are essentially the rules by which the Finance Committee bases its decisions off of. For those of you who do not know, on the agenda should be a document containing all of the guidelines. I would encourage the legislature to reconfirm these guidelines, but if you have any questions on any specific ones, I'm more than happy to answer them. I would open the floor to any questions. And if I can add on to that, if you have any like specific questions that you don't quite want to say in front of the legislature or anything like that, please feel free to reach out to me on Slack, and I'm more than happy, as I said, to answer any questions you have about the discretionary guidelines and the finance process in general.
I would just like to give everyone on legislature a few minutes. If
yeah, that's wonderful.
okay, I believe so that the body is ready. Is there a motion? Motion to so the
if
motion
I can motion, I would motion to approve.
Would be no, Chief Financial Officer, you would not be able to motion on this.
Oh.
Is there a is there, so the motions that you can make is motion to approve the discretionary guidelines or to, and if it does not, if it fails, then the discretionary guidelines are not approved. So are there any motions on the floor?
Motion to approve.
Seeing that there's a motion, all in favor can take yes, and all against can take no on the participants chat. Okay, with the vote of, I'm assuming that the other people have left the chat or are not present anymore. If you are present, please vote. Okay, I'm gonna call the vote now. With a vote of 28 to 2 to 1, the discretionary guidelines are approved.
Alrighty, and with that, that should be everything on the Chief Financial Officer's report. As I said before, though, if you have any questions about the finance process, the discretionary guidelines, I know someone during the Chief Auditor's appointment asked a question to myself, or maybe it was during the finance process. Either way, whoever that may be, please reach out to me with that question. Anyone else, same thing. And I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you, Chief Financial Officer. I've been informed that my previous judgment over South Campus Commons of information was, in some people's opinion, wrong. So I would like to publicly apologize. I did not mean to stop anyone from speaking, but if you still think this issue needs to be brought up, feel free to bring it up to me and the others. Thank you. With that, Mr. Parliamentarian, can I see the agenda again?
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to debate the override of the veto per the standing rules at the second reading calendar?
So this is something that I'm confused with because the agenda was set by the previous speaker. I have not received any instruction about that. And I'm also confused with how the previous administration did this.
If I may clarify, Mr. Speaker.
So I think Mr. Parliamentarian would be a better person to answer this. Go ahead.
Sure. So yeah, in my last meeting as parliamentarian here with the outgoing leadership, I would, particularly with the outgoing speaker, I would say that the understanding is it would not be in order for us to try to consider overturning the veto as such, as you say, on second reading, because that is the old administration. That is essentially a bill that is in the past. And as a result, it would not be in order for us. We are not the legislature that would be able to overturn the veto of the president who is outgoing and has now been replaced. So as a result, I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of conversations about putting those changes back into place. And I welcome them in a deliberate way, but it should not be done tonight. And what should happen with that is that they should be submitted as probably a bill in the coming weeks in order to ensure that, any discrepancies are tied up or something like that, or, for all of those changes together. But it will need to be a new bill because the legislation is not binding from year to year. And that's how we'll need to proceed with that. We can't overturn the veto tonight like that.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, yeah. Please reach out to me with any other questions about that because it's a good question.
Yes, and I think it's a very important one as well. I would almost start working right after this call with the previous administration and finally chalk out how this process will work. But Mr. Preston would also like to address the legislature on this same topic because they have already had their talks with the previous one. Mr. Preston.
I would just like to say that it's also a Gov Board case currently. The Gov Board, the past Gov Board has directed the new Gov Board in their past ruling to address it. So it's also currently a governance board case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. If does the RU rep have any more questions?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing that on everything else in the agenda, there isn't anything else. I would take a motion to adjourn and motion to adjourn.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. President.
Might not be in order.
We have updates as well.
Oh, I did not. So like the agenda doesn't show it. That's why. If you want to do it, okay. Executive updates. Mr. President, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you everyone for sticking on this whole time. Obviously, you're elected to do so. But it was a long meeting, but obviously there were a lot to get done, and I appreciate the conversations. Not necessarily an update, but something I do want to say because it came up in one of the student concerns. Someone said something along the lines of SGA is so concerned with themselves and not the student body that they just fight within themselves and don't get things done. And I want to, echo what I said at the inauguration, but also pulling in this student concern. We have a lot of students on our campus that are relying on us. And it's so important that we are having healthy debate rather than, non-needed debate within, the legislature, within the executive branch, just within our organization as a whole, to ensure that we are able to serve people. People, have mentioned that there's a lot going on, and we've been so focused on ourselves. And although, our own operations are extremely important and they in turn inherently support or hurt students, let's ensure that as we move into the year ahead that we are working together, that we, drop what's in the past and continue to serve the student bodies, which we were elected to do. Throughout this next week, I'll be meeting with several different administrators about a variety of topics. So if there's anything you want me to bring up to any of them, please feel free to Slack me. And I'd be happy to bring that up with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Madam Vice President here? Seeing that she's not here, we'll move into, I guess, the cabinet was also appointed today, so I would assume that there are no updates from them. I would take any motions.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you all for the first meeting. Hope you guys have a great rest of your semesters, and feel free to text me or any of the legislative members for any of your concerns or any of your questions. We are always here to work with you.
Oh, wait, Mr. Speaker, I have one more thing real quick.
Go ahead.
I should have brought it up. So for all those who don't know, the Voss just dropped new Title IX regulations, which definitely, hurt students and is not beneficial for higher education. I'd encourage you all to look into that, and we should be releasing a statement soon about that as well. Just wanted to bring that up since that was something that happened this morning.
Okay, thank you all for attending the meeting.
Congrats on everyone who's new on your first kind of real GPM. So,
yes.